speaker on the panel is Lukman Balogun Fulani. Lukman, are you there? Okay, looks like he may not be here. All right, so sorry, the next speaker actually wasn't Lukman, it was Black Earl. Black Earl, please go ahead.
Thanks a lot, David. Thanks for the opportunity. Hello, everyone. I'll try to stay on point. I think, can I raise a question? Can I raise an answer for the question you just raised? I don't think there's much we can do when it comes to democratically elected rulers who choose to kill their own people. It's just clear that, I don't know, I don't want to cite things like our Africanness and have that sense of, power over us, and they want to do it. But I think it will come with taking power from them. It will come with taking this narrative in the direction we want it to go. People will die, and we have to. And this, just like you mentioned, these are difficult conversations. We must know going into this that we have to be prepared for that. Lives will be lost, and that is the reality of it. Especially, in the Africa that we come from, our leaders will shoot at us. We've seen it in the past, and it will not stop. And if we choose to learn from NSAS, I don't think this is one of those things that we can just find a silver bullet against. I think people will still lose their lives. And that's just me addressing your question. However, you've asked a few other questions just before this as we had been going along, and one of them was what we will title the next one. I think our leaders have failed to lead. And you also asked what could be the way, and this is me trying to be on point and not waffling. You've also asked, how will we be able to pick out a reason to go out there, protest, and take our nation back? Without the government, just shooting a bullet at one thing and saying it has ended, just like the finance bill in Kenya, just like we're looking at NSAS, and then all of a sudden they target it, and then it should end there. Anything after that will be considered, treasonous. I think we can think up a few things, and I am very, very sure that we can think up a few things that definitely no government in the last 10 to 15 years will be able to provide answers for. One is accountability, clarity, asking our leaders to come out to show us exactly how much crude oil that this country produces and who's stealing it. Things as clear as that can be hoisted on our banners to go out there to protest, because I do not know for the life of me, and I'm very, very passionate saying this, I do not know for the life of me how a country this big, how a country this wealthy, how a country this rich will be in so much debt, and we will be here talking about borrowing over and over again to run our government. So I think one key thing is, if you ask them to show accounts, to show us how they've spent money in the last 8 years, even from Buhari's coming up until now, trust me, they cannot provide those answers. It will not happen. And it will be good enough reason for us to stay on the roads. And if they try to show us anything that
I promise you are going to finish your submission. I just want to quickly jump in and respond to that.
Yeah.
And my counterpoint is, if the request or the demand or the movement or whatever is something that centers around asking the government for something that can be written on paper, be it, okay, I've rejected the bill, or I've ended SARS, or I'm showing you statement of finance. As long as it's something that can be written on paper, African governments can feed you with all the paper you will ever need. They can give you all the paper results you want. I think that the only thing that can be asked for, that African government will not be able to basically use Bobo to fob you off, is a political request, right? So in the case of the Kenyans right now, I believe, I obviously don't have any evidence for this belief. This is just my personal hunch. I believe that if they had started off right from the get-go with Ruto must go, that's a political demand. I believe that they might have gotten further. than if they start starting with reject finance bill. Because reject finance bill is something that the government can easily do on paper. And you and I know that even though they've rejected it on paper, every single clause in that bill, they're going to sneak it back in over the next. We know how it works in this part of the world. So if the demand, I believe the demand is that, oh, we want to know how much oil money is being stolen, or we demand to know how much you're borrowing, how money is being spent. Yeah. They will give you all the paper you're looking for. And they will in fact, they will confuse you with paper because they know that you don't even read in this country. They know. So they will send out one professor with plenty of alphabets after his name to feed you with plenty of paper. And at the end of the day, you will just end up more confused than when you came out. I believe it has to be an expressly political request. So and so person must take so and so action. So and so person must go, or so and so such and such thing must fall. Like in South Africa, the most recent one I can think of that they did was fees must fall. Right? There's no way to bullshit your way around that. It's either the fees fall or they don't. And they succeeded. So I think it has to be a distinct political request, but at the same time, one that isn't too narrow, if the goal that we're looking for is broad-based political change. So again, I realize that I'm asking a lot from you, but it's not just you I'm asking. I'm also asking the entire audience too. So please go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. So, but I also, I entirely agree with you. I know that, of course, these governments, and previous governments know exactly how to give us what we say we want in a way where we just keep mute or not take any actions. But we can come up with a myriad of questions that we are just sure for a fact that they will not be able to provide answers to. And when they eventually do, of course, we can continue to question that. As things as simple as electoral reform. Look at it there, those state elections are going to start very soon. And we're already hearing news from INEC saying that the beavers will not work. Things like that we can completely ask that or demand in actual while we stay on the road until we can effect change or get this APC tyranny out of government. So if you ask me, and this is not me just pointing to one thing or two things, I think we have a myriad of reasons why we can get on the road. We think we are long overdue for protests, in Nigeria. Kenya is just a wake-up call. I wish we could have something like, an Arab Rising, just like we had, in the Arab countries, because Kenya has showed us exactly how it is done. When it comes to protests, we stay on the road. We stay there until we get what we want. And we have so many reasons to stay there. We cannot continue this way. It does not make any sense. It does not make any sense at all. I'm quite passionate saying this because every day you look at it, you see people that, the middle class is completely wiped out. You consider yourself, sustainable for a period of years, and then all of a sudden the government comes in, and then you flat out broke and poor. And this cannot continue in the next 10, 15 years. I can guarantee if nothing is done right now, Nigerians will only get poorer. So if you ask me, and this, I'm going to round up right now. If you ask me, I don't think we won't call them excuses. We don't have an excuse to get on the road. We have so many reasons to get on the road. All we have to do is just detail them, push them out to the government and tell them, just like we had during the NSAS, 5 points, meet these 5 points. I think we have 100, if you ask me. We have a laundry list that we can push out and say, meet all this. And we know for a fact that it's just a wild goose chase. We want to stay on the road. We want to get them out of there. And that's all the excuse we need to get them out of there or to do the right thing. One of those things have to happen. And it's as simple as that. I just round up there and hand the mic over to somebody else. Thanks very much for the time.
So, sorry, David. I just want to quickly also raise a point about what the last speaker said. I think one thing that I agree with is making a list of stuff. But I want that to overlap with your point, David, about making the demand political. The only concern I have is that multiple demands create multiple opportunities for these people to wriggle their way out of the demands of the people. So if you give them multiple list of demands, they will look for the low-hanging fruits, and probably, do the normal disingenuous things they would do, and then tell you, well, we have started from somewhere. And the moment they push out that narrative that, we've acceded to some of your demands, you just need to be calm about the rest, we'll come to them later. The moment they do that, they sow a seed of doubt in the minds of protesters. So personally, as much as I like the idea of a list, I still think that it leaves too much room for these, malignant actors to wriggle their way out of the situation. Personally, I think if we're thinking of going forward, it has to be one, very strong, inescapable political demand. And it has to be one that is willing to confront the system for what it really is. The system does not work. Whether you are at the state government level or the federal government level, wherever you are, the system itself does not work. And that is why we say end SARS, and then they say we've ended SARS and we've created SWAT. The problem does not go away. And now there is the EFCC. So how many EFCC chairmen will have to resign before we get that the system does not work? So a political demand, for example, that targets the chairman of EFCC. Okay, it is this current chairman, and then we replace the chairman. So what happens when the next chairman comes and happens to be worse than the last one? So again, it's like, yes, all these points are valid, but then we need to think, in a more supreme manner. I don't know. Anyway, yes, so over to you, David.
Valerie, you seem to be here now. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here, and I'm so sorry for my network has been going on and off. Okay, so I think one of the questions was what team should we use going forward when we're protesting, right? Because I haven't really been catching everything because my network has been fluctuating. So for that, I feel I should start with saying that politicians are not our friends. Like, I think that's where we should start from, believing whatever they tell us. Because I think they feel we're gullible and they'll say whatever. That's why Mahmoud Yakubu will say results to be uploaded to Beavers and it's not uploaded, and we believe that. So I feel when we're protesting, we should realize that whatever they tell us, if they're not giving us evidence of whatever we're asking for, we should not even believe any written statement, just like the Kenya government, how they are rejecting even Ruto's plea to stop protesting and stuff. Like, we need to not believe anything, take anything they say with a grain of salt. Then to just, I don't want to talk too much, to summarize it, we can be like, we're not going to, how would I put this now? We're not going to just believe anything you're saying without showing us evidence. And also, I feel like whenever they tell us something that they don't actually go ahead to do, we have to go to, if it's the Senate, House of Assembly, we need to protest. We need to let them know that, let them be accountable to whatever they've agreed to. And also, I saw on my TL something about how Ghanaian lawmakers are actually cautioning themselves not to is it go against their word or something like that. Like, they are putting pressure on them. That's how we need to put pressure on our lawmakers, that there will be repercussions for going against whatever they are telling us. And lastly, also, I feel we should also push to decriminalize getting beaten at protests and everything. I think, is it Ghana that is doing it or Kenya? We need to start doing things in advance than waiting for when it should happen. They need to actually decriminalize people getting beaten up, killed at protests. Bring these soldiers out, bring whoever is there to harm us out. Just like how Black Americans do, put their face, when white police people are oppressing them, put their face, and we must see their jail sentence. We must see what is being done, so they know that everything they do, there's repercussion. So just to sum it up again, we can never believe politicians are our friends. That's where the problem starts with, that the government is our friend. Whatever they're saying, in fact, it should be like a conspiracy theory. We should never believe anything, because no matter whatever they say is for their selfish interests. That's been proven. Anything they say, they cannot even stop terrorism. They're allegedly even linked to all these things, linked to every crime you can think of, and they will always make excuses. So let me just stop there. I'm getting emotional about everything, but I don't know if I've answered some of the questions. My network is really bad, but I feel that even for the Edo State governorship that is coming up, I feel already, like the last speaker said, they're already saying things about the beavers and everything. not being bad and stuff like that's already a red flag. That's how we should look at it. Anything they say, we should look at it like a red flag and start working to strategizing towards it, working towards when they, just like church, when they say A, like what is the B that's going to come up. So let me know hold the mic, so I'll let other speakers talk. But I think that's what I'm thinking right now. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Pidum, 99%, are you here?
Yeah, thank you, David. I'm here. Yeah, I've been kicked out of this space 4 times. I don't know what really happened, but I'm trying my best to connect back. I'm actually on this space because I'm trying to organize a peaceful protest against EFCC. You know, I shared some videos where EFCC was harassing and assaulting workers and guests at a prominent hotel in Lagos, a regional hotel and annex hotel. So I've been getting hundreds of reports about EFCC nationwide, how they've been profiling, stereotyping young lads, how they go out on their so-called sting operations, invading homes like armed robbers by midnight, arresting anybody, anyone they find. They just pack people, they pack them in groups and snap them, tag all of them as suspected fraudsters. So that is just it. The next thing, they will they will write statement for them, force them to accept the statement. The next thing, they will give them plea bargain, and they will end up as ex-convicts. Their families will pay a huge sum of money for their bail and the rest. So the whole thing is like a cabal in EFCC. I know a lady that heads the Lagos State branch at a table. She's in charge of all these their sting operations, and she's very corrupt. I mean, extremely corrupt. They just go out, profile people, they just come out to raid an hotel, pack everybody. You know, I've had cases, a couple that just got married, traveled from one state to another state to go and enjoy their honeymoon. While they were in the hotel, EFC broke into the hotel, start busting rooms, burst into the room where this couple were just enjoying and relaxing themselves. They made them stark naked. And the next thing, they left with the man. The wife was like, what happened? What happened? The next thing, the guy was in their cell. Suspected fraudster. That is just their modus operandi. No professionalism, no pre-investigation. They don't profile, take their time to follow the so-called fraudsters, spend time to investigate them, have concrete watertight evidence against them, get arrest warrants, then go after them. No. What they do, they just arrest people, them investigate. And once they start scrolling through your phone, even whatever you are doing, once you have anything, foreign number, foreign message, anything, you're a fraudster. That is EFCC for you. So there is no professionalism when it comes to protest. So when this thing kept happening, in fact, let me tell you one thing. During the time of Bauer as the chairman of EFCC, someone from his region confided in me that since they are not qualified enough educationally to fit into so many positions in Nigeria, what they are intending to do is to criminalize the South. I'm telling you, this is not hearsay. Someone, an high-ranking officer in EFCC told me this, that's the plan. They kept profiling youth in the South, giving them plea bargain and convicting them as ex-convicts. At the end of the day, when in the next 20-30 years, we'll have so many youths from the South as ex-convicts. When it comes to political positions, when it comes to juicy positions in government or juicy positions in job opportunities and the rest, a lot of youths from the South will be denied opportunity because they will be having that tag ex-convicts. If this tag is not stemmed immediately, they are targeting Southern businesses. You understand? That is what EFCC is doing. It's intentional. It's just intentional. So many youths have been arrested today. Go and ask questions. Nothing was found on them. The statements that EFCC put out, they were forced to sign that statement. In fact, they have criminal lawyers they work with that will tell you, just accept. They will give you plea bargain. You will be jailed 1 year, but you will not go to prison for 1 day. The day you are jailed, that's the day you'll be granted bail. You understand? They will jail you, but they will give you option of fine.
behind the court 20,000 naira, 100,000 naira. But that name tag ex-convict will remain with you for life. They're just destroying the life of so many youths. So when this thing kept happening, Nigerians have been protesting online. Nothing is happening. They took us for a ride before they now went out and started assaulting people. They started with Ondo State when they invaded those nightclubs. They molested people. But what happened? Because there was no clear-cut video evidence, they denied. Now, this one that happened in Lagos, they were caught red-handed because they entered the office of the manager where the CCTV camera is and every other equipment is. It's also a staff room. So that place, the owners of the hotel installed camera just in case anything happens. If there's a theft, if there's anything, they will have evidence to fall back to. That's why they installed camera, and all the workers knew that there's a camera in that room. So, unknown to the EFCC officials that came, they broke into that room, and those men we saw assaulted the manager of the hotel. EFCC said they're investigating the case, that they will reprimand those officers. But if it's ordinary youths, they'll parade them. We've not seen the faces of those people. They have not paraded them for one day. We have not known what they look like. We only saw them on CCTV camera. So when this kept happening, I called for a nationwide protest. Peaceful protest. We are not doing anything. We are not going there to fight anybody. We just want them to reform EFCC. It's an organization we all Nigerians want to survive. We want this organization to survive, an agency, the commission to survive. But they should reform it. They should reform the agency, the commission. You understand? Because they cannot be operating like armed robbers, breaking into people's homes by 3 a.m. They should not be stereotyping and profiling anybody they see as a fraudster. They believe that no Nigerian can work, do things genuinely and make money. And another thing, when they invade your house, they will break, destroy. If at the end of the day they find nothing against you, they will never repair, they will never fix. They will just leave you to face your problems all alone. So we want that reform. They should respect our fundamental human rights. I just put up this protest, called for youths to come. We are going to the corporate headquarters of EFCC and all their zonal offices peacefully with our placards to tell them that reform. We are your friends. We are not your enemies. Because if people are doing your job, Nigerians will provide information for you. But this your commando approach will not work. I'm telling you, 1,001 youths, 1,001 youths have been sending me messages, like reaching me in my DM, begging me to stop this protest. EFCC is recruiting them to come and discourage me. Whenever you come with such, I'll just block you. They be coming that instead of the protest against bad government, protest against Tinubu. I'm not doing that. Let's start from somewhere. That is why I said people that derail protests are people within you. EFCC have already recruited people. They have their own people on Twitter, on this Twitter space. They have their people. Their own is to come and discourage or attack you. If they cannot attack, they start discouraging you. So they were busy sending me messages and the rest, trying to persuade me to stop. I refused. EFCC now typed a long love letter today. Long love letter, like A4, 2 pages, and put it as a tweet saying that we are mobilizing arms. They just want to give the dog a bad name in order to kill the dog. That we are mobilizing arms to come and attack them. Warning people not to participate in the protest. If they are really doing their job, why will EFCC be issuing threats to Nigerians, trying to ask for reform? We are not saying that they should disband the organization. No. We are not saying they should disband them. No. There should not be a vacuum in governance. We know that. But reform. You guys should be more professional in your duties. How will you be all the SAS officers that they disengage? Most of them are now in EFCC. Criminals. Recruiting criminals. Their modus operandi now, they are operating like thieves. So we want reforms. Let the organization be professional. When you guys started, you were putting on suits like CIDs in the police those days. But today you are wearing rugged jeans and the rest, dressing like touts. Only just that your red that you put to signify yourself as EFCC. Apart from that, you're looking like criminal. So we want that professionalism to return back. But watch out. So-called youths that are mostly affected by the activities of EFCC, that anybody can be affected. You go to a hotel today to spend quality time with a partner, or you just want to relax. The next thing, they are breaking you into your hotel room to come and carry you as a fraudster. Someone came from the US. He wanted to take a connecting flight from Lagos, a connecting flight from Lagos to Enugu. But at the end of the day, there were so many cancellation of flights that day. So he not telling him go to town and spend the night since he has been rescheduled for the next day. The hotel that he spent the night, that same night, EFCC bought the hotel, and the guy ended up in cell. You know, in EFCC, that guy, just someone that just came from the United States, ended up in EFCC detention for over 3 months. They tagged him a fraudster. So that is EFCC for you. So we need reforms. So in Nigeria, Dave, to be honest with you, you call for protest, people that will derail it are people within your circle, people that are mostly affected. Insecurity wasn't as bad as it is in Nigeria today. It wasn't as bad as it is in Nigeria today. When Shetima was the governor of Borno State, Borno State experienced the worst level of insecurity. The worst level of insecurity, kidnapping and the rest. That same man came out and said he is going to provide security for Nigerians. One Tinubu will handle economy. He will provide security. Now they've rigged themselves into power. Security in Nigeria has now gone to the all-time worst in the history of Nigeria under Shetima, under the so-called Shetima leadership of security. So a lot of things. As for the answers, I don't know the word to use anymore, because the betrayal, if we start talking about it, we will not leave this place today. I did my own. I played my role as an active participant in the NSAS protest. I am anonymous, but during the NSAS, I met Familiari and I met Renew. I showed myself to them that this is truthfully them. I told them that this is me, but probably they must have forgotten my identity now. But I met them during the NSAS to tell you how the level of my level of contribution. Whenever I'm set for something, I give my best to it. I brought food, I brought water to the campaign, to the protest ground to support. I mobilized. I stayed almost all the protest times. The days of I was there actively participating until the government decided to infiltrate us. Why did they succeed? Ordinarily, they won't have. But the infiltration started within the so-called leadership of the NSAS movement. People that started talking with government. When they started promising them private jets, how to start flying on private jets, how to go and spend quality time in 5-star hotel in France, in Paris, they start seeing the good side of life. Look at all the people that came out as figureheads during the NSAS. Almost all of them are living their best lives now. No matter how bad the economy is, they are all living best lives. Most of them, if not all. Only few that whatever they achieve today is their personal struggle. Probably they use the NSAS influence to venture into other things that is making them viable today in life. But others, they are buttocks lickers of the present government. That is just the truth. So if Nigeria wants to get it right, protest should be organic. It should have no leadership, but we should have objective. If we protest to a certain level, this is what we demand. If we get to the next level, this is what we demand. And if we get to this next level, this is where we'll stop. We should have a clear-cut objective, but no leadership. Nobody should come out that I'm the leader of this group. Since some few individuals came out as the leaders of the Kenyan protest, that is why now the government is attacking them, like what is happening during NSAS. Some persons came out that they will go and negotiate on behalf of the Kenyan youths. Today, the government has taken advantage of that. So that is just the mistakes we made during the NSAS. And we have these tribal, religious, and ethnic lines that has always divided us. That is why no protest has almost survived in Nigeria. Because whenever we come out with this protest, some people will throw in the religious line. You could see that during the protest of Kenya, Kenyan president was coming out from time to time to address the youth. But did Buhari say anything during NSAS? He didn't say anything. The only statement he made that we want to overthrow his government. For that reason, the military should go and finish everybody. That is the only statement Buhari made. He only said they want to overthrow his government. So, and is Buhari justified today? Yes. There are people in this country that justify Buhari's action, especially from his region. So that is it. When it comes to protests, we must know the ethnic, religious, and political lines. These are things that is killing us. And protests should have no leaders, but we should have clear-cut objective. That is just it. Like on my case with the EFCC, we are not going there to make any problem. We just want to go there, give them a protest letter. That because if one person sends you a message, you may not take the message serious. But if 30 people come to send you the same message, you know that you have to take that message very serious. That is what we are doing with EFCC. We just want to go to their corporate headquarters and their zonal offices. We present our protest letter to them. Then an official addresses us, and we leave. We just tell them we write all their atrocities and what we want them to do on placards and display it. We address the press and we leave. It's as simple as ABCD. So I don't know why they are going to put out statements that they are now working with sister agencies. They will resist any form that the protests have been hijacked by criminals. We've never started. We are talking about criminals. We have information that we are mobilizing arms to come and finish you people. It's not possible. So that is it. So since they've tried every other means to persuade me from going ahead with this protest, now they are looking at the name they will give to us in order to attack us. So that is just my little contribution to this space discussion tonight. Dave, I will yield my mic now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Ralph, you just heard everything that has been said. And here's my question to you. Isn't that NSAS 2.0, basically? Like, isn't it, doesn't it have all the hopes you had for NSAS, and doesn't it have all the potential pitfalls that NSAS had?
You're right, David. And you know, I just want to start by giving kudos to my brother. You know, he's obviously very passionate about this issue, as we all should. Personally, I think that the EFCC issue can become a great, unimaginably great catalyst for upturning the system. But because everyone fears it, and EFCC has effectively become the new SARS in Nigeria. And just the thought that you have a home of your own and your privacy is not assured because some rogue thugs can break in at any goddamn time and, brutalize you, dehumanize you, and still get away with it, all in the name of fighting crime. The fact that that can happen, and there are governors getting away with looting billions and billions of naira, sometimes dollars. So when these things happen, and you can see it, as clear as day, everyone should be angry. And for me, it's just that a one-off protest on reform to the EFCC will not produce much results. And I'm saying that as candid as I can because, again, the title of this space is Difficult Conversations. I would, on the other hand, like to see maybe a protest that is determined to go all the way. One of protests that does the usual threadbare things, like writing letters, addressing the press, and dispersing, is really not going to lead to much. But a protest that intends to sustain itself, using the EFCC as the first point of reference before widening out to cover the other symbols of oppression in the country, that makes much more sense to me. And that's not to say this lacks any validity, or sense at all. It's just that it is not enough. And I'm saying this because I feel like there's a lot of potential with this EFCC case. For example, I would like to quickly refer to these Kenyans. every single aspect of the Kenyan society, as far as the young people demography is concerned, was involved in this protest. And I'm talking about hackers getting into the private, whatever of their representatives and revealing information that is detrimental to the public. People with technological know-how coming up with initiatives that continue to bolster people's enthusiasm on the ground. Like every single person. And I think that, for example, in a country where you have so many young people who are tech savvy, this EFCC situation can become, a climbing point for us to enter these people, starting with the EFCC and not stopping with the EFCC. But the reason this space matters again to this EFCC conversation is because it is likely destined for another NSAS if we do not thrash fully, the pitfalls that we saw during NSAS. So, for example, personally, anything one-off, I don't think it's good enough. Secondly, if it's not going to be one-off, and we want this thing to have, say, a massive appeal that will go beyond a day and that will sustain itself and probably catalyze a wider struggle, how do we make sure that people are conscious enough not to fall for the regular tricks that the government will deploy along the way? And how do we make sure that the demands themselves are political, as David mentioned earlier, and that they are not just, uh, meandering and institutionally focused, so to speak, in a very mild way? Because we say reform EFCC, what are we reforming? Are we reforming the mode of operation? Are we reforming the personnel constitution of the EFCC? Are we reforming the idea of the chairman of the EFCC? Are we reforming the essence of the EFCC itself? What exactly are we reforming? EFCC has this habit of leaving the real thieves and going after young people. And I agree with everything you said about profiling and about criminalizing young people in the South. I agree. It's a very salient point. And, these are issues that cannot be reformed because they are ideological. And, to a very large extent, they even have a very dark pool to them. So, again, as valid as this EFCC thing is, I think that we need to think more about it. Not that we shouldn't do the protest at all. In fact, you can still go ahead and do the protest on July 5, and personally, I'll continue to support. I've been retweeting. I'll continue to do that. But I know that, if, for example, the request is reform, it has to be more targeted. It has to be more precise, and it has to be something that people understand. There has to be some real consequences that people can see and, uh, and identify with this particular action. That's my take. Aside from that, I think it's very valid. I think, it makes a lot of sense, not just because of the EFCC, but because of the potential it has to catalyze other causes.
Okay. The next person on the speakers panel is there are two people they hands up, but I think Master Zeji was actually there first before Dr. Oihena. So I think Odogu Zeji, you'll go first. And in your contribution, please bear in mind, going by what 99% has said now, that in all likelihood there is going to be a protest targeted at EFCC in the near future. And given the possibility of how volatile Nigeria is now, there's every possibility that that protest might just become national or close to national. It might become the next big protest movement. We don't know. It might not, but it also might. So in the event that it does, using the example of NSAS, the things that went right and the things that did not go right with NSAS, what recommendations would you make? Since we're not just on this, since the space isn't only about discussing the failures of NSAS, but it's also about charting a course for the future. So over to you.
David, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Please, sorry to the person that was supposed to speak. Please, can you add me to the queue because I keep dropping off. I don't know what's going on.
All right.
All right. Thank you,
Please go
David. And Pearls, Adebayo, everybody on the panel, and all the listeners. Thank you for having me. Before I go on to my
I don't
submission,
think the person is here. I can't hear anything.
can you hear me? Can
Yes,
anybody
yes, we
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Please
Yeah,
go
we can
ahead.
hear you.
All right. Okay. So before I go on with my submission, I would like to say something about what. Hello, I think I'm getting feedback. Somebody has a hot mic.
Chief, please, mute your mic, Chief. If you can hear us, mute your mic.
My mic is mute.
All
Odogu, you
right.
can go on
So
now.
thank you. So I just want to say something about what 99% spoke about the protest. To be very honest, that's a very, very laudable thing, and I applaud him. I applaud the courage to even make the move. The truth is, I know that we're out here saying that the next protest has to be political, it has to be political. I live in America. And
David, can you hear the speaker?
Yes, we can hear. So if you can't hear the speaker, you might need to leave the space and come back, please. Please go ahead, Odogu.
thank you. So I live in America, and every day you come out in the streets, you see different people protesting for different reasons. No protest cancels the other. There's no such thing as what you're protesting for is this, therefore it's not valid or it's not worth it. Every protest should be encouraged because it's the fundamental aspect of democracy. In a democracy, people are allowed to protest, right? So far as it's a peaceful one, so far as it's not like a protest that's destroying, like killing people or destroying properties and stuff like that. It should be encouraged. Whether you want to protest in your house by sitting back at home or you want to protest in the streets, it should be encouraged. So for all those people going to 99% DM and trying to discourage them from this protest, please, you're not doing that in the interest of Nigeria. You don't have Nigeria's interest at heart. In as much as we can come up here, because this space is all about difficult conversations, and say, okay, I don't see the viability of this protest. It's okay, but do not discourage it. Do not discourage the people who want to come out to protest. That being said, I just want to be very honest, since we're having difficult conversations, to tell you that I personally do not think the NSAS protest failed, but I don't think it was successful either. And the reason I said that is because it was not if the NSAS protest was successful, we won't be here today talking about another protest. That's the simple truth. Because also, if the NSAS protest was successful, we won't still have a Tinubu in government today. Like the end sometimes justifies the means. And the end of the whole thing was that we were shot at and we dispersed and the protest ended. Basically, dialogue started. Until now, the dialogue has not even been addressed. All the things that, the young people brought up, none of them has truly been addressed, except for just a name change from SARS to SWAT. So it was not successful at all. And at this point, we should be willing to own up to it. It was not successful. It was a big time in our history. It was very remarkable, but it was not successful. Now, why do I think those, NSAS protest was not successful, and what do I think we can do better to get a more successful protest? I'm going to focus on two things. The average Nigerian is, one, a very selfish person, including you, David. I'm sorry. And number two, a very tribalistic person. And it makes sense because most of us know our tribes before we know our country. As a matter of fact, there's not even 10 point to two things about Nigeria that will make a lot of Nigerian or the average Nigerian to be a nationalist or the average Nigerian to be a patriot. Like when you sit down and think about it, what is it about Nigeria that will make me want to die for this country, Nigeria? You get, so from the beginning, it was a collection of different tribes who had already been doing their different things, and then you bring them together, force them under this geographical location and call them a country, Nigeria. So right from time, those different stories that were passed down from generation to generation has been like from your grandparents telling you about your tribe, your tribe, your tribe, your tribe. So you've grown up to know your tribe before you know the other tribe. So, and in order to combat this, I see a lot of moves that are being made, especially on the social media space recently, and I think it's very, very laudable. I think we should applaud some of those moves. I've seen situations whereby the Northern brothers and the Southern brothers have now recently started to speak in one tone. Well, some of them, and I feel like in as much as we might choose to ignore some of these things, those little things are the things that will eventually culminate in a nationwide protest if anything like that will ever happen. And the truth is, even if it doesn't happen in our generation or in our time, we should at least pave the way for it to be able to happen. Like, we should just water the ground and get ready for the next generation who would wish to go on that path. We heard about, everybody's talking about the Kenyan protests. And one thing they can take away from the Kenyan protests is that this protest was carried out by a generation who no longer see the issue of tribe or religion as being a major issue to divide them. And I think we'll get to that point as Nigerians. I think we're gradually getting to that point where we have now, for the first time in a very long time, we have like Muslim groups coming together to actually speak against the government, regardless of the fact that the current vice president is Muslim and the current president is Muslim. And then we also have the Northerners coming together to speak against the government, regardless of the fact that the current vice president is a Northerner. The Southerners, we know we've always been the chatterbox. We've always been talking, revolting in our own little way and all that. But I think it's time for us to unite. If we can all speak in one voice and continue this sensitization, like what you are doing, David, and what so many other spaces are doing, it's definitely going to start from somewhere. And it's starting from online. That is good. Like you said, the NSAS protest actually started online. A lot of people started talking about it online before eventually one day, boom, it just happens to be that it culminated to like the groundwork. But I feel like these conversations need to continue. And I feel like we as Nigerians need to begin to see ourselves as brothers and sisters rather than people of different tribes. When we have conversations like this, we should consciously, these are my suggestions now, we should consciously drown, and I mean consciously. We're not like, this is not a time to be politically correct. We should consciously drown those voices that seek to bring division, or those voices that seek to say the Igbo man is your problem, the Hausa man is your problem, the Yoruba man is your problem. Drown them on purpose. Like, mute them. If they take the mic to speak and they start talking, like, just mute them. Take them out of the space. Like, we need to be able to do stuff actively, knowing that our main purpose is to unite Nigerians. Like, we haven't really had a time in our history where Nigerians deliberately go all out that, listen, what I'm going to achieve is to make sure that I unite Nigerians from different walks of life. So any dissenting voice that is among us that's saying, oh, this person is this, oh, the Muslims or the Hausa people or the Northerners did not join in the NSAS protests. Therefore, why are they waking up now? No, drown voices like that. Because anytime, like, there's an Igbo adage that says, Mbonye tetere wototo, which means anytime anybody wakes up, that's his morning. So whenever you wake up, if some Northern friends decide to, or brothers and sisters decide to wake up and join the movement now, welcome them with open hands. That's the only way we can move forward. We can't do this without us joining hands together. So I feel like when we try as much as we can to be unselfish with this, and when we try as much as we can to be untribalistic with this, that's the only way we can achieve it. And I honestly round up by saying that I look forward to this reform EFCC protest blowing up to be a big one. But the only way we can do it is to continue to sensitize Nigerians and to prepare the mindset of Nigerians so that even if we don't organize a protest ourselves, let it be that when the protest comes, Nigerians are ready to join it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Odogu. That was a powerful contribution. Dr. Oihena, you were supposed to go next, but I'm going to crave your indulgence. We have an unusual guest in the house, and I think his perspective will be very useful in this context, and we don't know how long he has here. So I'm going to crave your indulgence. Let's give him a few minutes, and then we'll come straight back to you. So we have Dan Bello in the house. Welcome. Thank you very much for attending this space. And I actually want to ask you a question. You've heard some of the submissions that the other panelists have made, and from the point of view of, obviously, you're a prominent Northern voice in Nigeria, one of the most prominent Northern voices of our generation in the country, and you have that vantage position. You can tell what the pulse on the street is, if you like. So, in your opinion, do you think that if there were to be any sort of movement toward a protest in Nigeria at this point in time, that it would be like 2020, where there was a significant divide between North and South in Nigeria? Or do you think it's likely that there might be a truly nationwide movement now at this point in time?
All right, David, the important keyword for this is relatability. Relatability. So the people up in the North need to feel they can relate with the issue at hand. NSARS was a great movement. Unfortunately, it did not achieve the goal that everyone wanted. Why? Because many of us in the North did not know what SARS is. To be honest, it was the first time for me to hear about SARS, and I was wondering what that is. So if we want a nationwide activity, it needs to relate. That's something that I use whenever I'm making videos. Who am I targeting? Who is my target audience? Am I making this video for the Northerners? The kind of language I'm going to use, the kind of metaphors and on all of that, and is it like for just the whole Nigeria? So I believe something like food prices, fuel prices, that will definitely touch the common person who is in the North, will relate, because they all are feeling the pain at this moment, and they will join. But for EFCC, a lot of them still don't know what EFCC is. Please, I know some of you are going to say, "Why? What?" It's okay. Not everybody knows EFCC. So what I want just everyone to take note is relatability. During SARS, we didn't know much about SARS, so we couldn't relate very much. So if we want to have something really successful, people need to relate with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to be honest, that's one of the more illuminating nuggets of information that I've heard, because to be honest, I'll admit that that's a knowledge blind spot I personally have had. I was aware that the activities of the police in the North and the South in Nigeria are not, they don't tend to behave the same way. But I wasn't aware that SARS was a complete non-factor altogether in the North. I assumed that it was just that it was less adversarial up there. But from what you said, it seems as if it was visually unfamiliar altogether, which I'm sure for most people on this space is also a surprise to find out. And that sort of puts everything in its proper perspective. And that's why it's important to have conversations like this, because if not, how would we ever have heard such a thing? We wouldn't have known. So thank you very much for that. Dr. Oihena, it's actually your turn now. Thank you very much for bearing with us.
Yeah, David, thank you for the great space. I have been listening and enjoying the conversation. And Miss Beres, thank you for sitting down there, even though you're not doing anything. And to everybody listening to my voice, fellow Nigerians. David, let me first of all thank 99 Press for the initiative about the EFCC protest. And I agree with you, David, it's another EndSARS 2.0. If you remember, in the wee hours of that event in 2020, it started morphing into End Bad Governance. I don't know how many of you remember that. And if you are asking me, David, what is the rally point that we should have as Nigerians? I think we have rally point there, and bad governance. Why am I saying this?
Have we lost him? Oh, sounds like we've lost him. Dr. Head. Oh yeah, he's not even on the space any longer. Okay, moving on to the next speaker. Next speaker is Engineer Victor.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, so it's so nice to speak here. I won't want to bore us with too many words because I know a lot of people have spoken and touched upon some of the things I see. But one of the things I want to really emphasize is also to reiterate that there are more psychopaths and both leaders around. That has been emphasized. Is the other Nigerian. So if something is being thrown at them, they job at it. Also, there are more than Ebola, FFK, or dance than Aisha Yusufu, Farod Timi, and yourself, and those in a space. I use those characters, just to emphasize what I'm trying to drive in that sense. Also, the religious and tribal political lines is quite stronger than the intellectual depth. Okay, I mean that is as good as it stands. The religious and tribal political lines is quite strong in Nigeria right now than the intellectual depth, and so sometimes when intelligence is being communicated, logic is being presented, and these leaders, these influencers, celebrities show up with tribal political lines or statements, or oh, what have you done? What has your dad done? What has your people done? What has this person? Then eventually it's easy to always disperse. Another thing is that the elites and the political class are much more, so driven about more of resource control. They are looking more about how can I have, what can I get in this whole thing. You really don't have in Nigeria. Most of our leaders are not Nigerian. That's why when you pose the question is the other question, that why are they always ready to shoot people? Yeah, because they are seeing them as this person is going to stand against me from having, taking the cake, getting my own portion of the cake. So they are not really Nigerian. They only talk about Nigerian, whenever it's, opportunities for resource control. You can keep watching Arise TV, channels, TVC. You see them coming in numbers. They are all trying to bring up what's here for me. And that is when you see them mentioning either their religion, their political affiliations, or their tribal associations. You don't see them discuss this when issues are being.
Is it just me, or did he go silent?
I think it was just me too. I think he went
Okay,
off.
we
Maybe
appear
you
to have
can
lost
add
him.
another speaker. Yeah.
Right. So the next speaker here is
David.
Liberty Champion.
David, I'm back, please. David, I'm back.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Sorry,
Please,
David. Do you
please
see me on this space?
Sorry.
Are you seeing my hand up on this space? Because all these people you're calling, I watch them come up.
Sorry, who is speaking right
Chief.
now? I'm pretty sure you've spoken already.
No, I haven't.
You haven't?
Yes, I think he
Chief
was
has not
disconnected at
spoken,
a
but he's
point.
been in and out of
Oh,
the space.
right.
Yeah, he's been in and out. Yeah.
Okay, so Please let the current speaker finish their contribution, then we'll come straight to you. Sorry about that.
Okay, David, thank you very much. I got kicked out as well. I don't know if it's a glitch or something. Anyway, I was talking about bad governance, and I said that is our rallying point, because we know we can continue.
Sorry, is someone speaking? I can't hear anything.
Can you?
Yeah, he's speaking. Pearls, you might want to leave the space and come back.
Okay.
Please continue.
Yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, I think we can all continue to deceive ourselves as Nigerians, which we love to do. We know the problem of the country, bad governance or bad leadership. And this is where I want every Nigerian to think about it. We have majorly focused on the federal government, but the same thing plays out in the state and the local governments. If you go to Zamfara today, there is insecurity, and Zulum, who is a professor, is busy buying cars for traditional leaders. If you go to Ogun State today, there are bad roads. Go on the TL, it's awash with bad roads. And this man is planning to buy cars for a certain group of people. The whole country is in a mess, economic shambles, and the presidency and his goons at the House of Assembly are busy spending, doing loud spending, living lavish life. And we saw a report where Tinubu's wife spent millions on flying to 3 countries in a country where there is cholera outbreak. So the bigger picture here is that we have bad governance, bad leadership across boards. Yes, we try to bring up the tribal and religious sentiments. My brothers and sisters, I am from Edo State. David, you are from one of Lagos states. Somebody could be from Zamfara. Somebody could be from Abia State here. What connects all of us? Bad leadership, bad governance. If we can microzone our anger to the states, and we all come out and demand good governance from the state, and then push on to the federal level, I think we can take back our country. You know why? In the state, for example, the tribalism will be reduced, because some of the states we have in the country, they don't have several tribes. For example, in most of the southeastern states, in most of the Yoruba states, in most of the northern states, for example, we can microzone our anger to these places. In Edo State, yes, there might be tribes where I'm from, but we can find a rallying point for all of us, because across Edo State, there are no good roads, no pipeline water, no electricity, no healthcare. So when we are coming for our governor, we know we are coming for our governor. Nobody will say, oh, is it because Tinubu is there that you are complaining? I think this is how we can get our country back. Our rallying point, bad governance, microzone to all the states, the state level. Talk to ourselves, rally ourselves up and go to the state houses and demand that everybody resigns, all of them. Yes, it's a daunting task. They have to all go. Governors, ministers, commissioners, presidents, House of Rep members, House of Assembly members, senators, everybody has to leave, because they have done nothing for us for the past 24 years rather. They have done nothing for us. It's destruction. Nigeria is worse than it was when I was a teenager, and we cannot continue on this route. So if we pick and choose our battles of today, NSAS, tomorrow, EFCC, the day after is Mubad, and the day after is whatever comes up, we are wasting our precious lives. Time waits for no one. Let's hit the target. Every state, organize yourself. It is end bad governance, starting from the state to the federal level. And finally, there was a point you raised, David, about the fact that African leaders can easily turn their guns on us. They are not the one turning the guns on us. They are giving the orders. And the orders are given to our brothers and sisters who are in the force. Why don't we start talking to them and let them know that we are fighting for them as well? You can see the soldier who came here and said his salary was 57K. You could imagine somebody fighting war, risking his life, earning a pittance, and see how traumatized that guy will live for the rest of his life. So if you have a brother, a sister, a cousin, a nephew, a church member, a relative, a mosque member, a guy on your street that is a policeman, an army officer, please start talking to them. We are fighting for them as well. We occupy the state houses and the National Assembly and the state houses of assembly and kick these criminals out once and for all. That is the only way we can get a better country. There is no way I expect Tinubu to reform any EFCC. I do not expect anything good to come out from this government. And I don't live in self-denial. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Dr. Ayheda. Ralph, if you don't want to jump in, then I guess we'll go to Chief.
Oh no, I think I just want to say, great idea really, and thank you for taking us back and reminding us of that particular tag, because honestly I also didn't remember the tag itself, but that at a point we pivoted from NSAS to something else. So thank you for reminding us end back governance. My only concern though is, don't you think, and I think this is a question to you, so feel free to answer, don't you think that's going to deplete our energy in the sense that we'll be focusing on too many arms of government at the same time? Because, as much as we like to pretend that this is a federal structure, it is in every sense a unitary system of government. And so whatever hits the center hits everything else. And that's why for me, the focus, I feel, when we're thinking of broad ideas like this, should always be on the center. But I don't know, how do you think we can, make the idea work in the sense that we are proposing it, if not, on the center, and really, in terms of specificity, what will be the focus here? Because, are we asking the governors to raise? Because don't forget there will be a vacuum, and what happens after that vacuum is as much our concern as what happens before the vacuum. So I think just, briefly, just tell us more, really. I like the idea.
Adebayo, thank you very much. Adebayo, we have a battle of 200 million versus maybe 10,000 people or 50,000 people. And if you add the security forces, maybe we say, let's just over-exaggerate, 1 million people. So if we can, first of all, talk to our security forces, our brothers and sisters in the army and navy and all that, I think we will whittle down their strength, the strength of this less than 10,000 people in government. That's number one. Number two, collectively, we will not reduce our strength. I'll tell you why. If Edo people make up their minds and occupy the state house and the House of Assembly, we've shut down that state already, and everything is replicated across the country, 36 states, and the people in Abuja can then mobilize to take charge of the government houses in Abuja. We have decentralized our movement already. What we are doing is a one full swap of everybody. And yes, there will be a vacuum. And the problem we have in our country is that many times we say, oh, the constitution will not allow it, this is that. Laws are made for people and not people for laws. The vacuum can come in. We have civil service, we have military who can take over for a short time period, and we will simply demand referendum, fresh elections. We have to decide the way forward for our country. We have to state out all the demands. Apart from asking all the current politicians to go home, they have looted enough. We have to demand, how do we move forward? What kind of system are we looking for? Are we looking to practice? And how should power be shared or rotated? And what should be done afterward? We have to sit down and demand everything in full beat. I think the plan might be very rough. If we can all sit down, especially the youth, the Gen Zs, the millennials, if we cannot sit down and really rationalize what we can do, we can achieve it across all states, because the person in Zamfara is suffering the same way I'm suffering in Edo: bad roads, insecurity, economic downturn, and just count everything. So I believe we can achieve it We start from the state. You know why? The reason why I'm asking us to go down to the state is that if we hit the federal, I bet you they will come for us and tell us, oh, is it because you lost election? Is it because he's not an Igbo man? Is it because he's not a Hausa man? Because right now, many of us are pointing to our northern brothers and telling them, when Buhari was there, you kept quiet. Because now Tinubu is there, you are crying. And they will tell us, oh, the Easterners, you are always the whalers. For the South side where I'm from, they don't even care about us, even though we are the owner of the country, in quotes, in terms of resources. So if we all focus on our states, nobody will tell you because you lost an election. No. My governor is not doing well, I want him out. Your governor is not doing well, you want him out. Let's do it that way. And then we organize another group, including those in Abuja, to focus on the federal and take down these criminals. 24 years in chains, in my opinion, because I was a teenager in 99 and now I'm an adult, almost hitting 40, and Nigeria has become worse. So Adebayo, I think is doable, but we have to just piece the pieces together and really map out a broader plan. But the bigger picture is end bad governance. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's very, and I think maybe David might have something to say, but I'm going to add it as one of the, serious potential, among the ideas that we have. Though I take an exception to the military, but I know that this is a conversation we can continue to have because, it's a very good idea. So yeah, David, over to you.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Ahena and Ralph. So let's establish a queue. So the next in line will be Chief. And after Chief, it will be Lukman Balogun Fulani, who was supposed to speak but got kicked off earlier. And after Lukman, it will be Liberty Champion.
Hello.
Then after Liberty
Please,
Champion.
can I get confirmation that I can be heard?
Yes, we can hear you. So it's Chief. And okay, so it seems like you can you hear me? I don't even know who is speaking right now. I'll need to take that person off the space. So it's Chief, then Lukman, then
Is it my turn to speak?
Oh my God, who is that? Okay, that's Saharan. Right, I'll just mute him.
Yes, David, and then Michael is there. So maybe after the speakers you've mentioned.
Yeah, I know. I've seen him. So it's Chief, then Lukman, then Liberty Champion, then Corey, then Michael. So in that order. So Chief, you go next. Over to you.
Hey, David, I think I've been on this call for like 3 hours, so I might go.
Sorry, who is this?
Can you hear me? Chief.
Yeah, Chief is speaking now. Please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, David, again. Interesting conversations. I think I've been on this space for like about 2 to 3 hours. So I've been jotting things down as my network has been cutting off. But contrary to what 99 said about leadership in protest, I happened to be in Washington, D.C. During the NSARS protest of 2020. And I think it was different. I think everybody that had a protest outside of Nigeria was different. And that gives you the Nigerian factor that you need to consider, right? I get it. There's a lot of people that can be bought in protest. There's a lot of people that can be easily swayed or scared into hiding and that during a heated protest. But I also feel like well, let's not say calling it a leader. I also feel like there should be prominent faces or faces that help to organize and coordinate this protest. Because in the DC protest, I don't know if anybody knows anybody in the DMV area. They most likely would know who I am because myself and a few other bold people were able to continue to what's the word? I'm trying to get this word. We were able to create the momentum, keep the momentum, not create the momentum, keep the momentum going. Because you need to remember that these people, Nigerians in America or outside of Nigeria, were not really facing what was going on. So a lot of them were like, I can really just go about my day. Okay, we've come today, we've come tomorrow. How do we keep these people going? How do we keep them to continue coming up to that embassy? My uncle at that time, my mom's cousin, this is first cousin, was the ambassador of Nigeria to the US. This is my uncle that I always go to the office. But it was different. It was bad because I couldn't see my uncle anymore. I was seeing Nigeria as a government. Like the government was bad. So I'm not going to now say, oh, because you're my uncle, I would say, oh, I'll stay to my house or I wouldn't come for a protest. No, Nigeria is the goal. I believe Nigeria is the goal for everybody that is listening on this space, because the idea is for us to get a better Nigeria. In terms of leadership, I feel like there should be prominent people. I don't know. Personally, one person I would forever vouch for is Falz the bad guy. I don't know why. I don't know if he would ever compromise later in the future, but I know that's someone who, if I'm to go on a protest and I hear that Falz the bad guy is there, I will be there. 100%. I will be there for myself normally. But if Falz the bad guy is there, I will be there. We need to start selecting these prominent figures amongst us, because again, we need a momentum. This momentum of the thing. And fast forward into I think the 2023 election. Yeah. Obedient movement came up and I thought, okay, yes, Nigeria is getting it on the right trajectory. Difficult the space is difficult conversations. The truth is, as of right now, the obedient movement is failing because everybody's fighting each other amongst heads of camps and whatnot. Why? This movement kind of turned into strictly just political. And then another tag, which I feel like a lot of Nigerians need to understand, a movement that would have one person's name amongst us as a movement, it would be hard to get into the ideas of the wicked Nigerian politicians, because they would be like, okay, these people, is because you people lost, like Dr. Aikena said, it's because you people lost election. That's why you are now here. They would never see it as this is a Nigerian factor. Right. Now, you asked a very select question, which is, you said, how do we kind of like stop the Nigerian police or African police personnel from shooting peaceful protesters? I know 99 is currently planning a protest, or there's a protest that's supposed to happen whenever it happens to the EFCC offices. I personally think media is something that a lot of young people have not really grasped into. We've not figured how to break this thing, like this media angle, where we can project our message, what's going on in our country, without the needs of Arise channels and all these people. We need to move out of the normal media space. Twitter helped us a lot, but I feel like as young people, what I would have preferred a movement like the Obedient movement after the election was break into circles, break into forms of structures where, like Dr. Aikena said, we need to decentralize these things to the states. We are looking at the president. There's atrocities going on in the state. I'm from Imo State. The atrocities in my state is worse than even what's going on in Nigeria as a whole. That's how I feel personally, right? I feel like we need to start decentralizing these problems. We need to look at a problem, have think tanks, have breakout sessions, have different teams. We need to start thinking as a group that is trying to save Nigeria. Nigeria would not be saved out of one protest. That is the reality, and that is the basic truth. Nigeria would not be saved out of one protest, because we would continue to learn. We have to continue to get this idea. See, we have to continue to maybe fail to get where we are going to. But then again, we need to stop the conversations and start getting to actions. I would have seen a beautiful obedient movement where there could have been an Imo structure, a Lagos structure, an Abuja structure. Everybody has teams. We have our meetings. Look at what's going on with this Biafra revolution thing with Simon Ekpa. They have meetings almost it may be for a wrong cause, but they have meetings. They have scheduled times.
So I'm not sure we want to use that as
No. I'm using the meeting structure that they are using to.
Yeah, but what they are doing is not organic. So it's completely irrelevant to us, because that's a sponsored political operation. So that has nothing to do with what we're trying to accomplish here.
David, have you attended some of those meetings?
I'm very familiar with what those people are about. So it's a sponsored political operation or an intelligence operation. It's not an organic thing.
David, do you see how normal citizens come on the calls to donate their personal funds to the cause? I understand that they get back.
Yeah, they're called useful idiots. It's a thing. Yeah. It doesn't mean it's an organic thing. It's not.
I'm not looking at.
So again, we cannot be making reference to such characters where we're trying to build something that is actually decentralized, and organic.
So this is the
those guys cannot be a model.
So this is the thing, right? When you want to create a solution, you look at all manners, whether you feel it's good or it's bad. You have to look at the structure. How are they playing their thing? I'm looking at the structure of how they do their meetings. I see the followership. A lot of people, regardless of whether it's an intelligence backing or it's a sponsored thing, a lot of gullible people, like you said, I don't want to use the word you said, but a lot of gullible people still come up there and they believe in this thing. We need to start, like, I feel like as of right now, a lot of obedience believe in an obedient movement. They believe in Nigeria being better. But we need to start getting to action. We need to start breaking down duties. We need to start breaking down roles. We need to start figuring ourselves amongst ourselves. Yes, we've seen that some people that rode on the wave of P2B to maybe be the bigger accounts and whatnot, they've compromised in some way, some people. But I feel like it needs to move from the obedient movement to a Nigerian movement. Like, there needs to be a Nigerian cause. Like what Dembello said. He said relatability. Everybody needs to.
First of all, like we weren't actually discussing the obedient movement. We were discussing NSARS and the legacy of protest movements going forward. So I'm not sure exactly how
David, are you
we segue into the
what
obedient
I'm saying, or do you want me to like clarify? Because I'm getting to the ideas of how a protest could be successful in the nearest future. If you host a protest, if you hold a protest to EFCC tomorrow, people might get shot. So we need to start thinking smartly how to get involved into this protest. There needs to be breakout sessions at the end of the day. There needs to be people that are focused on, you go and start working on police reforms. Let's start hosting educations for our police officers. Be it the National Orientation Agency, be the, we have to break ourselves down into roles of leaderships. We have to start working the talk. Like, we cannot just continue to gist ourselves. This is like, we're talking, but I would hope that this will move into something greater, because truth be told, as of today, if EFCC could bring out this post, yes, somebody just posted it. If EFCC could bring out this post, EFCC wants promoters of planned protests. Like, it's mind-blowing when I read things like this, and it's frustrating. I'm sorry, like, I'm speaking so passionate, but like, it's very frustrating how Nigeria is. Like, thinking, like, as a Nigerian, I'm frustrated daily what I see in this country. So I think we need to start moving into ideas where we can create structures for a successful protest. Now, you asked the question, how do we stop police from shooting us? I think that was what I was getting to before then. I think it's important now that the first line of action needs to be to lobby our senators and House of Representatives to either pass a bill that all police officers, I don't care how much Nigeria has, because if they have money to buy a private jet and build vice presidential villa for 21 billion, they should have money to buy cameras. The cheapest camera, if you give a deal to create cameras for all the police security outfits to wear, we can push that. That is an idea, so that when we get to the courts and we are suing the police for killing somebody, there wouldn't be a situation of, oh, they turned off the camera or they did this. We need to also look at the ideas of legislations. We need to start creating more laws that have to protect peaceful protesters. As long as a camera was showing that these people were not armed, why in God?
So please, can you conclude in 30 seconds?
Yes. As long as oh my God. Yes. As long as there are people that are not armed during a protest, there's no reason why a police officer should be using an ammunition on those citizens, right? I also feel like if anybody is going out for the EFCC protest, the best thing that we can do is to have a cardboard that boldly writes, "We are peaceful protesters," because we've come to this time where we have to be explaining ourselves. We are peaceful protesters. Please do not shoot at us. I think that should be more of our cardboards than even what we're passing. We should pass our message with our mouths. But please, that cardboard of "we are peaceful protesters, do not shoot at us," I think it's very important in case media is there. I use my mic for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief, and thank you for your contribution. We'll go to the next speaker.
Yeah.
I think Lukman is the
Thank you
next
very much.
speaker, right? David. So Lukman,
Thank
you
you.
can come up.
Sometimes I
You can go
Yeah,
ahead,
thank you very
please.
much. Chief, I wish your point was something we could work on, but it's not because you don't understand the depths of evil. I served in the force, and I can tell
Lukman, are you
yes,
there?
I'm here. I'm speaking. I served in the force, and I can tell you this: the quality of
Sorry, can you guys hear him, or it's just me?
Yes, I can hear
Ralph is
him at
just
the
you. We
bio.
can hear him.
He's audible.
Okay.
Yeah. So the quality of officers recruited to carry guns are very much uneducated. So when they see us as a competition. They already abjectly picture us like we're proud people. They are given promises that are not going to be fulfilled. But I'm just going to say this from this point of view because the idea of officers holding cameras, I can tell you this: it's been done, but it's not been manifested. And I can give an example: the Lagos State neighborhood cops, they have cameras. The LASMA has cameras. The FRSC has cameras. So you don't have a point there because they would not give those cameras because if they do that, they're going to be indicted themselves. But I'll come in and tell you a fact. Being a person that has been in service for 7 years and had to leave that country, been a person that was right at the night when people were shot. I can tell you for a fact they're not negotiating with us. It's not a negotiation. It's not a plea. It's an attack, actually. I mean, once you put your mind on that and you know this is an attack, you understand that when a person, I remember when I was in my bachelor's, I had a professor. He told me one thing. He said, "Don't attack anyone, but if they come for your life, defend yourself at all cost." So you need to understand that the group of people that have been, recruited, and that's this comes back to my point of saying we need to show love to people because soon the so-called poor people would begin to make us a choice of meal because when they take up these positions and they are giving guns, um, they feel like they're invisible. And this is the strategy. The strategy is to kill education, kill the healthcare sector, kill agriculture, devaluation of the country. So if you look at all the plans, everything that has been done has been orchestrated very well. The most successful plan that has been done because people don't really understand that the evil in the country is actually from the states. It's not just we're looking at the president, but the evil is all over the states. And I want to congratulate Ocean State people because your new youngest governor just had his wedding a couple of weeks ago. So it's all the charade, to pretty much remodel him so that when it's time to put him forward as the governor of that state, would all flow up with the parade and everything. But but that's not even the point. The point is this: we need to understand that Nigeria is under attack. Um, Bill Gates is a major problem that Nigeria is facing because he has been destabilizing the economy with money, and his focus has been strictly on health sector and agriculture. As we speak, we have no emergency treatment facilities working. We have no aid on primary education or primary treatment. Also, I will tell you for a fact, the cholera outbreak, I can tell you for a fact that I am 101% confident that it's orchestrated. Because think about this: how many foodstuffs, edible things are being labeled, cleared through NAFDAC? None. Ever since Dora died, the whole thing went a mess. I know persons that had food poisoning from just eating sachet kilishi. There's no expiration date. There's nothing. So we're just experimented on. So we need to really understand that for a fact. So I'll say this again. Every time I look at the fact that we're trying to support PO, I personally have decided on my own to give PO my full support, no matter what it takes, because the battle against PO is not just the battle against one political party. People think it's APC against political parties, because PO has decided to represent the youth, the future of a greater Nigeria. So the battle now is the whole corrupt elite in the whole Nigeria, in the whole 36 states, against every youth that is alive today. And they have been producing these modules over time. We're having flooding problems today. Eco Atlantic is a major contributor to that flooding. But we have a governor in a state whereby they are liaising with Lebanese, they are sleeping with Lebanese people, and they're not going to try to help us
because they need us to be in all the problems that we can be so they can suppress us. So when we talk about protest, we talk about the way forward, we're not going to beg. I'll always use a favorite quote that my Christian brothers use. Said, the kingdom of God suffered violence, the violence taketh it by force. These people are not going to let go, but we can beat them with strategy. We can beat them with strategy. The judiciary has been compromised. There's no hope for the layman. I can tell you, 90% of the people in the prison, in Kirikiri and whatever places, are awaiting trial. And we all know that by awaiting trial, it means that you are innocent until proven guilty. So the judicial system has been killed. So we need to understand that. I can tell you for a fact, 90% of the political office holders all have criminal records. I need you to also try to find out. They all have criminal records of some sort. They are the failed version. Most of them that come back home to rule us are the failed Nigerians that failed on their quest for a greener pasture and came back home to suppress and oppress us. So when you are working and living around oppressors or suppressors, you are not negotiating with these people. Okay? Your life is at stake. As far as I'm concerned, we as Nigerians are dead if we do not make sure that 2027, that seat is that person on that seat is unseated at every measure possible. But yes, we're going to meet them with strategy. I've said this 1,001 times. When you have a police and an army that is using AKs from the First World War, you should understand there's a basic principle. These guns are bad at long range and they are good at short range. They understand that we're angry, so they call us in. They use the tear gas, they all kinds of manner of things. The only way we can win this war, because this is the war as far as I'm concerned, is to create strategy. And I will need every single person that is on tech. If you are good in tech, if you are good in app creations, whatever it is, as long as you're tech, kindly just inbox me. We're working on something. It's important to understand that we need to re-strategize against these people. We need to, how do I say this? We need to be able to beat them. But the only way to beat them is to clone them. You know, if we do not clone them, there's no way we can beat them. So in order to beat them, we need to clone them. We already understand the schematics of this game. And we have the numbers. We just need to charge in the people enough to see reason why they should. As of now, they are already preparing against the elections. When I saw Sanusi Lamido giving back his seat, I was smiling because, every single person that they think that the youth would, pile up against that has a major crowd, they are beginning to sort them. And then it's so sad that the the Association of Skit Makers have been corruptly bought to kind of like service us to calm our nerves down. So they create all manners of unregarded skits and comedies and all kinds of things, just to bring our emotions down so we don't get angry at our situation. But Nigeria is happening to everybody. Nigeria is happening to every single person. And I would say this 1,001 times. I have no pity or mercy for any police or soldier that raises his gun to shoot against any Nigerian. I do not care who you are. I have colleagues that we served in service, some are still in service. They will write me messages and I tell them I do not care if you linger in poverty. Because when you are giving orders to shoot against innocent protesters, you will do so without thinking twice. Because you are giving a promise for a future that you know that these people will not fulfill. So when we are talking about the way forward, the only way forward is we need to re-strategize. We need to battle, and we have one thing they don't have. We have the technological advancement. We have the resilience. We have been resilient right from October 2020, yes. The resilience is there. They don't have this resilience. We have this resilience. We have the intelligence. So we're going to be able to win this war by re-strategizing. I'm not surprised about NSAS because the person placed in the I'm not surprised about the EFCC because the person placed in the EFCC was strategically placed, and his aim and assignment is to suppress the youths. I said this in 2020, January 2020. I posted this online. I said there was a primary assignment to make sure that 90% of the youths, males, are going to be suppressed by every means necessary. Were using the police, but the police has now become, like everyone has seen what the police is. So the next thing they are doing is using the EFCC. So there's a lot going on. So we can't be negotiating with these people. We can't be having discussions with these people. The only thing we can be doing right now is to have a strategy and be able to combat these people. We can take advantage. See, they are taking advantage of the masses. You see, they've opened recruitment of another soldier. They need officers and everything. Guess what? Guess who's going to go and apply? The same masses that are poor that need to survive by any little peanuts that they're given. They're going to be the ones to come up and say, I want to survive. And because they have been brainwashed when they get into that service, it makes them feel as though they're doing the right thing, but they know they're doing the wrong thing. You see, but because of the hunger in their bellies, that's why they're standing on these things just to make. So I need you to understand. In my little understanding or in service, I can tell you this: there are persons that were, that are being used by politicians, and I remember times when I had assignments. There's one thing they had that I realized they had violence, they had resistance. So whenever we came as officers, there was no respect, because probably they knew they were working with some politician or something. So I remember one of my officers was slit on his head with a cutlass, in Oshodi, and the person that slit his head, we got an executive order from the governor's office to set him free. That's how corrupt and evil these people are. You see? So when you talk about putting up plaques and talking about we are here for peaceful protesting or we want this, I will not ever go on any protest for any police officer or any soldier or any army or any navy. I will never in my life do that. If they are tired and sick of their situation, they have to join us. And if they don't join us, if they resist us, they will be stepped upon. That's where we are going now. That's the mindset we need to push. Because if we do not break free by 2027, we will be in a whole lot of trouble. We need to be able to feed in the whole systems of the whole 36 states has to be functional. Just this year, I've lost three colleagues in Lagos to cancer. When did we start having cancer? So you can understand when they brought about the whole GMO thing. The idea is how do we reduce the youthful population of this country so they don't resist us at every cost possible. You can't tell me you want to negotiate with people that are willing to kill us. No, there's no negotiation. All we just need to do is strategize. Once we strategize and hold the numbers, they're going to play their tricks. For me, I would say every government election for me is just going to be an observation for me to see how they go about it. I am more prepared and deciding that we should focus more of our energy on making sure that the presidential election and everything that has to do with the presidency goes on well and make sure Peter Obi goes in. Failure for them to do the right thing, there would be an outturn. That's where we are like right now. So whatever they are doing in terms of governorship elections or anything, we're just going to be making observations. And then talking about sabotage, talking about people that are betraying the movement, it is natural. It is natural. Malcolm X said that they will raise our own color of people, to kill us so they can just say that we killed ourselves, basically. James Baldwin said, if it was just the oppressors, the white oppressors that were against me or making life difficult for me, I would have been okay and happy. But my own people, my people of the same color, also stood against me. So we understand these facts. We can't get everybody on board. But the one thing we can do, we can take to advantage the present hardship in the country and motivate people to understand that it is not a negotiation that we need to have a better life. We have to have a better life. We are all dead as far as now is concerned. So what else does a dead person fear when he's dead already? Nothing. These people have been strategizing, so we need to strategize. We need to strategize and undo whatever action is. For me, like I said, I'll say before I round up right now, whatever governorship election is happening, for me, I'm just making observations. Whatever whatever EFCC officers, I think for me, resistance. I've seen videos whereby EFCC officers go into streets and try to harass people and they are resisted and they don't come back. They're human beings like you and I, So for me, I'll say resistance in every form. We understand that even the world media is already corrupt. So no matter how much we scream, no one is going to come to our rescue except we come to our own rescue. So I'll just say this. For me, I'll just say we just need to just bear up and re-strategize. We cannot negotiate. I will not beg or protest for any soldier. I will not convince any police officer on what to do because he's already uneducated and he sees me as a threat already. So when he's given an order in his mind, you are too young to be successful. You are too young to be this. What's your problem? And then the ego sets in. That is the one advantage they're using against us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luca. That was very thought-provoking contribution, and I think we should actually come back to that, have a whole conversation about that, Ralph. But in the meantime,
Dave, can I just come in a minute, please?
Okay, sure.
We have some sectional derailment in protest. This is supposed to be a nationwide protest. Yes, it's not political, it's not driven by any political ideology. It's just demanding for our fundamental human rights. Stop profiling us. You can't just see a youth and you profile him. But let me tell you something that's happening now. I'm trying to get coordinators, I'm trying to get people that are willing to participate in the protests nationwide. We have EFCC offices in Gombe, Sokoto, Meduguri, Kaduna, and Kanu. And we have other zones like Uyo, we have in Port Harcourt, we have Abuja too, the corporate headquarters and the national headquarters in Abuja. We have in Benin, we have in Ilorin, and other side, we have in Lagos. But to my greatest surprise, every other part that I'm trying to mobilize, I'm getting this massive response and people willing to join. But if I tell you, no one person has significant interest from Gombe to join the protests, not even a coordinator, no one person from Meduguri, no one person from Kanu, no single youth or individual from Sokoto has signified. The only place I got interested protesters are from Kaduna and southern Kaduna, to be precise, to tell you that something is fishy. Is it that they're not feeling what we, the southerners, are feeling in the hands of EFCC? I'm just asking a very critical question, because they're not even talking about the protests. Rather, they're the ones derailing, threatening me, saying all sorts of things. You understand? So we have to think and look at this thing holistically, because what is happening, just like what Bello said, that some of them don't even know if SARS is existing. So, like I said, there is a grand plan. They are using this thing against the Southerners. You can't just call every youth in the South a fraudster. The North, they have terrorists and the rest. But can we just wake up one day and brand everybody in North as a terrorist? No. So why is EFCC concentrating on the effort in the South, arresting youth, criminalizing us, profiling us? No. Something is happening. So if we are going to get resistance, if we are going to get betrayers, we already know the flashpoint where it will come. So I'm not even expecting protests in the North. So the nationwide protest, because what I'm saying is, tomorrow they will say it's a southern protest. But this is also all the entire nation, in the entire nation. But they will say it's a southern protest, it's a political protest, it's NSAS. In fact, it's Peter B that is sponsoring it. They will come up with all those narratives. The door and the room is still open. If you are feeling what we are feeling, join us in Gombe, join us in Meduguri, join us in Kaduna, join us in Sokoto, join us in Kanu. Let's all call for the reform of EFCC. They have to be more professional in what they are doing. I just want to raise this point. Thank you, Dave. I need my mic.
Thank you, 99. Next person I believe was Liberty Champion. Then after her was Michael. Liberty Champion?
Yes, David. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. Wow, it's been a while. I've been off Twitter and I see this space and I thought very interesting. Before I go into my main submission, I just wanted to react a bit to 99. I think you have already answered your question in terms of why nobody from the North. I think Dambello gave a hint, and I think he gave a clue, and it's up to you to really go back and rethink the strategy, because exactly what you're trying to avoid is what is going to happen based on the obvious phenotype, based on the obvious factors that you yourself have gathered. The outcome of this will be that if it's not well thought through, it will turn to a tribal regional protest. So I hope you will think of how you will circumvent that obstacle, because it's clearly going to turn out that way with the feedback and cues that you've been given. So it's going to work. It's about re-strategizing. It's about relatability. If people in the North don't understand it because they can't relate to it, the youth in the North, what they're suffering is not EFCC molestation, it's something different. So it's about what is that thing in the North that the youth are feeling most. It's about keying into that pain and using that as a means to galvanize and get them involved. So I think that's the way to go. So how you go about reframing it, you can still have it, but you can have it modeled in different forms in different parts of the country. We know Nigeria is not a homogeneous society that we want to deceive ourselves it is. It's not. We know that. So whatever type of protest we choose to have across Nigeria, we need to relate it. We cannot have a uniform carte blanche kind of approach across all the regions of Nigeria. It's not going to work. So you may need to modify your approach, look at the peculiar terrain of the peculiar place it is. What are the things important to these people? So you may be that you may have a EFCC protest in the north, in the south. You may have another protest teamed to something else in the north to get them involved. It's going to be a lot of work, but you've thought of the idea. I'm sure you want it to work. So that's something to go and think about. Yes, in everything that's been happening, I just want to come at the perspective. I've put a few things down: media, factor, relatability, political messaging, decentralizing, the themes. Nigeria will not be saved out of one protest alone, and the resistance from the elite. You know, those are the things I've noted in all the submissions that everybody has been making. And I think basically it's not, the race is not for the swift. You know, I'm glad we're having this conversation. And like, for me, anybody that wants to do anything, you think you can pull it off on a national scale, you're going to fail. You're going to fail. I think decentralization is a major factor we need to look at. And haven't tried, and we're still trying. I can only speak to myself in the UK. I know some of us are seen to be quiet, but we've realized that, look, maybe the approach we're using is not working because there are some basic fundamental foundations we need to put in place. And that is what we are working to put in place. I know something's going to happen in Nigeria. And some of us in the UK, we know we are just preparing ourselves for when it happens. The tangible way we can support whatever is happening in Nigeria is funding. And that's what we're quietly structuring ourselves again, so that when that thing happens, we will be able to support whatever action is going on there. And this is where I want to call on all diasporans. There's one thing for us to come on space, but we need to start talking to ourselves. We need to start, you know, organizing ourselves formidably in terms of the fact that when shit hits the fan in Nigeria, how do we support the people on ground to sustain the effort of what they're doing? Because part of the things that destroyed the NSAS was the fact that there were no proper funding, on the ground funding, to ensure that people don't burn out. So my diasporans, we can be deliberating, but we play a major role in this. Whether you're in DC, whether you're in Timbuktu, whether you're in Casablanca, just know yourselves, come together and begin to think about, okay, when these things happen, how are we going to sustain it? Because it will be such a shame that shit hits the fan and the people get burnt out because they can't be sustained whilst they're doing it. Me, I'm not going to tell them how to go about protesting, because I know Nigerians will figure it out. They have figured it out in the past and they will again. But the missing factor has been the funding to keep them going, to keep them mobilized, to keep them energized, to keep them, because families will need to be looked after. Children's school fees will need to be paid for. Many people will lose their job as they've done. Some people might even die doing this. So we need to really, those of us in diaspora, be ready to know that what we're asking Nigerians to do is going to come at a huge cost. It's not enough for us to just, you know, be appetizing, you know, sermonizing and not be able to put our money where our mouth is. So that's the message I'm going to give to all diasporans. I know some of us in the UK, we're trying to build something together so that when that time comes for funding, we are going to have a very rigid, rigorous system whereby we know that people can donate, you know, securely, and funding will get to those that you need to get to. So for me, that is the only aspect I'm going to talk about. I'm working on, because that is something I know I can do something about. In terms of those in Nigeria mobilizing themselves, I know they will, because they have demonstrated it in the past and have every confidence that they will pull it off. We just need to be ready to channel the funds to them when that happens. And so I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Liberty Champion. Ralph, are you here?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, good. So I just want to quickly introduce Michael because he's the next speaker. And for those who don't know Michael, he was one of the protesters in Abuja who suffered post-EndSARS, the clampdown orchestrated by the government. And whilst during the protest itself, because those of us in Abuja, we suffered instantly, and then after the protest, during the protest, as the last speaker said, there were protesters I know, including Uju, whom many of you might know, who lost their jobs, because their bosses had other interest. But for Michael, after the protest started winding down, and then the announcement from the FEMCO, he was basically abducted in the middle of the night in the presence of his entire family and his 7-month-old baby. For nearly 2 months, we didn't know where Michael was. And we had to move from one agency to another, working with this or that lawyer to figure out his location. Eventually, we found out he was in one of those dungeons of the DSS. And well, it took a long, long, long battle to get him out, though he ended up in court. His case is still in court as we speak. But, I'm very sure he has experiences to share with us and perhaps even tell us a few lessons that he has personally learned from that experience, and that things he thinks we might be able to do better if we ever get a chance to have another EndSARS moment in the country. So Michael, over to you.
Thank you so much, Raphael. Hello, David. It's so nice to speak with you again today. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, very much.
Okay, great. As much as I really have a lot to say, but I'll try to make it very, very brief. I don't want to channel my energy on starting with people that maybe sabotage us, betray us, people that use the whole EndSARS thing to get appointments, those that use it to raise funds and all that. I really don't want to go into that, and just channel my energy on the way forward, actually. But I want to start from the other speaker, Doctor, that was speaking about the military. I think I'll start from there. The first thing, because I know a lot of people have mentioned this, I've been on this space for about 3 hours, and I would like to clear something. You cannot try to talk to the military about anything. And this is the reason. I'll make it as simple as possible. You will see a military man, possibly at the age of 45, saying yes, sir, to a boy of maybe 23, without feeling any way. There's a reason for that. The first thing in the military is to change you from who you are to what they want you to become. So therefore, you cannot change that, their mindset. You cannot change it. They will remain a soldier, irrespective of whether they are fighting for you or not, whether you are fighting for them or not. They don't care. They follow orders. That being said, let's forget about the military. I like what you said, Doctor. We need to start from the grassroots. The presidency looks very, very bad, but I can tell you for free that the governors are worse. People don't even focus on them. They are the worst set of people in Nigeria, the governors. Everybody's focusing their energy on the president. No. We need to start holding these governors, for instance, accountable for every goddamn thing they do. The local government chairman, every single one of them, before we go to the presidency, if we take hold of the presidency, the president alone cannot do everything. He needs the governors. If a president is good, and he has bad governors, trust me, there's little or nothing he can do. He will just be trying and he will be frustrated. But when we hold them accountable, from the local government to the presidency, when even the president is seeing that, okay, these people are tight, he would not have any other choice than to start complying to things, to the demands we actually want. Now, how do we achieve this? For me, we have learned some lessons and we should discard some things that we did. I understand the fact that the Nigerian youth, we need to understand that some people, before they can come on board, before they know what thing, they come out. Some
do we want such people around? Are such people not even in minors?
What we can now do, is we can be very selective about the people we choose. I mean, the public figure we choose to come out, not like they will be really the face, but we will accept them as part of the movement. Not like they be the face completely, no, but part of the movement that we can relate with. Some we try to join, but we will not acknowledge them. We will not acknowledge them to be a little face at all. Everybody is free to join, but there are some people that will acknowledge that, yes, this is part of our movement. Because, of course, there will be sabotage. People will come randomly, both celebrities, even the government will send people to come, entice us with so many things. So many people went down after the NSAS that we don't hear anything about them simply because they've got an appointment. And they are really silent right now. So the government itself will send people, but we need to be very, very selective about those we acknowledge. That is what I'm saying about the celebrities. But doing like the general protesting, I think it should start from each state. Progressively, Nigeria is one place that just start something. Just start something. In 48 hours, people will set in. They are easy to quick, like just start. Let one state start, let another state continue. Before you know it, they will kick. Of course, we know the states that will not really take off so fast, the northern states. And this is because they don't even experience most of the things we experience in other states, other parts of Nigeria. They don't experience it. They don't even know what they call police harassment. They don't. The police will never stop you and search you for anything in Sokoto. Why will any police stop you in Taraba? For what? They won't do that. They even fear the people. They fear the people more. So these people are most likely will not join on time. We understand that. We will give them time to process it and join. However, let other states start. But before starting, there have to be serious measures in place. There have to be serious planning. Because a lot of things will go down. A lot of things will happen. I have been a victim. I have been there. What would happen if, for instance, if someone is arrested? A lot of people, some people are still in prison as long as I'm concerned, as regards to NSAS. Some people are still in prison and nobody's talking about it anymore. So such people, what measures will be in place? These are part of the plans I think we should be talking about. And like I said earlier, I concur with what Doctor said. We should start from each state. That will not even, for instance, give the government one big, once you go big on them that way, they use it as, they flip on you. They kind of flip it on you like you are the one causing chaos in the whole country. But once it starts in a good way, different states, it can be well handled. and there should be some people probably that will be selected and be present in each state where the protest is going on. Because I am
So, I beg to disagree with that point, because if it's happening simultaneously,
yeah,
whether it's in different states or not, they will still say, which was exactly what it was during NSAS, by the way. There was no central organization. It was happening in different states. And they said there's one central group of people that are trying to overthrow the president. That's what they said. That's what they will always say. So I don't think we should go at this with the idea of trying to avoid coming into conflict with the government, because the government themselves are the ones who are actively looking for the conflict. I don't think you can hide from that.
I know, of course, I know they are looking for the conflict because it's part of the tool they use. But at the same time, we need to be careful and make sure that we don't allow them use that tactics on us. That's my point. If we are not careful, they will flip the whole thing. I'm not saying like maybe each state should hold one protest at a time. Of course, it will join, but it should grow. That's what I actually mean. It should grow progressively.
But that sounds very much like exactly what happened during NSAS. It started from Ugeli, then it spread to Benin, then Shanamu, then Abuja, then Lagos, and hotspots like that. And regardless of how everyone could see that it was an organic thing, the next thing they said that it's some group of people who are trying to overthrow Buhari. That's what they said. That's what they will always say.
The government will always say things, of course. They will always say. We just need to be careful of what they hold us to ransom to.
Well, to be honest, I think one of the
I think
okay, Ralph,
yeah, sorry, I you know, the set of people that we choose or agree to sort of allow the space to express themselves on behalf of everyone else. We need to be careful of those people. I think it's a good point because, again, as much as we
Sorry,
want to say
someone's speaking
Nigerians
because I
like
can't
to
hear.
revere authority
Ralph is
or
speaking.
celebrities. Okay, sorry, someone.
No, someone was asking someone to speak.
Ralph, go on.
You might need to go out. You might need to go out and come back. Sorry, Ralph, continue.
Oh, okay. So, that's important because I think that's one lesson we can take from Kenya. The Kenyans have been very consistent in condemning people who pose as one thing on day one, and then on day 7 turn out to be something else. They've been very, very consistent in one, exposing those people, and two, holding them to account. In our own case in Nigeria, we did the exact opposite, and that cannot be allowed to repeat itself. There is a point, and I think another very good example here is the case of, Sega's relationship with NSAS. Sega, no doubt, had a huge influence on how NSAS became, a national conversation and with NSAS movement in general. But, at a point, the movement outgrew Sega. It became bigger than Sega. And it would have been, stupid of us, really, to continue to think of NSAS at that stage where it was when it was just Sega and the rest of us. And so we have to be willing to do the same thing, at the next level of, whatever mass action will come. But when we do that, we also have to do it with the mindset that if anyone, who has once been allied with, whatever cause it is, turns out to be phony, we are going to expose them. We are going to condemn them. Or when someone joins a protest for an hour and then they will go to meet the IGP of police the next day and then somehow find a way to dampen the spirit of, every other protesters, we have to be willing to condemn them as well, regardless of whoever it is. If we cannot do that, then we are not ready. Again, citing Kenya, those guys said, once we lose our fear, they lose their power. And I think that's a very critical, point and, way to think about how we approach future resistance. Because and this sort of overlaps with what Michael said in terms of how we prepare people's minds. Unfortunately, there are still many protesters in jail right now. Some of them we don't even know their names. Some of them we are just getting to learn about them. And knowing that you are participating in something that is that huge, and you can literally go missing and no one would notice. That's, I'm sure, a very big concern that even future or potential protesters will be worried about. And this is part of what I think we should sort of think of when considering the next stages of or the next phase of mass action against the Nigerian system itself. Because if we cannot do that, then we'll end up in the same ditch where we ended post NSAS. So, and again, that also takes us to the point of confronting death. I think a couple of people have mentioned that, and that's another salient point. Personally, I think that there are certain things that would require people making decisions on their own, and it has to be from people who genuinely feel, the pain. People who know that they do not have an alternative. People who know that their survival depends on their resistance. And until we can all get to that point where we are willing to risk death for everything we deserve, we might never really have a successful answers, so to speak. So again, I think this is one of the points that I just want to raise and throw out there. Michael, I don't know if you
Yeah,
want
yeah,
to
yeah. I just want
wind
to
up.
conclude my point. Like you said, and I'll take it from where you stop. Not everybody has that kind of mindset yet. For someone like me, man, I believe I've seen it all. Like, there's nothing more they can do. There's nothing more, because at the point I already thought I'm dead. Like, I'm not gonna see the daylight anymore. You understand? Being in an underground for 41 days, I already believe it's gone. So for me, it's quite easy for me to accept and say, okay, I am ready to face it all. But for some people, they cannot. Majority cannot, actually. But until we work on their mindset, make them realize, make them understand, there has to be enough sensitization for people to actually know that, yes, they know the suffering, they know what they are going through, but they might not even know the real cause. The average Nigerian does feel like, yes, they're suffering in the land, the government is bad, They don't even really know what the government is doing that is making the whole economy bad. As much as we are saying EFCC, some don't even know that there's anything called EFCC until they call them that one of their family members has been arrested, contribute 5,000, contribute 10,000. We need to really sensitize these people. That's why I say it's a long-term plan, and it's a continuous one. I don't know if I'm audible.
Yeah, we
okay.
can hear you.
So that's just my submission. I hit the mic.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Sorry, David. You can go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to chime in quickly and just say that, but thank you, Michael, once again. But a lot of the conversations we are having now will, definitely continue to the future. But at the same time, I think we are lying to ourselves if we say a lot of Nigerians don't know what ails them. A lot of Nigerians know their problem. They know that, what they used to buy at the market for 100 naira is now 5,000 naira. They know these issues.
Raf, because you know the
The
cost of
problem,
commodities doesn't mean you know the issue. I'm telling you, bro. You know the cost doesn't mean you know the issue.
just hold on for a second. What I'm trying to say is that people can feel the pain, and he who wears the shoe knows where it pinches. So they can feel the pain. And the fact that they can feel the pain means that they know something is off. And the fact that they know something is off means they know there is an issue to be addressed. The mother of the child who was killed by the EFCC, the parents of those ladies who were harassed in Akure, their family members, the entire community, they know exactly what happened. They know the people who attacked them. They know the people who dehumanized them. So when you say let's protest against EFCC, people like that, it will resonate. And such is the case for every other Nigerian when you're speaking of any other random issue in the country. The problem is keeping Nigerians focused on the enemy. The problem is not that Nigerians don't know the enemy, it is that they can't stay focused on the enemy. And because the enemy is increasingly getting diluted, because they know that when you see Wike, you know you've seen an enemy. But when you see Wike first, and then you see the video next, of course you will celebrate the video, but you will not know that the video is indirectly also, or whatever he is doing is indirectly going to benefit, the position of Wike. And that's where the confusion comes in. And that is why these conversations matter. Because personally, I take an exception to the fact that the video came to Abuja and then the next day went to meet the IGP. For what reason? So these are some of the issues in this space that we need to talk about that are difficult to talk about because, again, the video is who the video is. As an artist, as an entertainer, is fantastic. But as a protest leader or a participator in a protest, well, that's very questionable. So again, it's not that tomorrow we cannot hit the street. It's what happens. What happens when we hit the streets? What happens? Who are the actors, who will participate in that process? And what will be their goal? And we will be courageous enough to call them out when they fail or when they let us down. So again, I don't want us to see the conversation as this, impenetrable conversation. It's, just what it is. We want to fight the system. We want to, condemn the situation. But we must do so by rectifying some of the mistakes we made in the past. For example, the people who will be arrested, the people who may die, what are our plans for those people? The people who may come in as saboteurs, what are we going to do? Again, I mentioned Kenya. So these are things that we can increasingly think about without unnecessarily complicating the issue for ourselves. So are you too, David?
Okay, thank you very much, Ralph. So we have almost a new set of people on the speakers panel. So let's establish a new running order. So we've got Harry.
Dave, can I just give my last submission before I leave before you
Good
kick me
evening,
out?
Dave.
Let me leave you guys. Dave, let me tell you, let me just give this. Yeah, who is speaking? Is it Harry? Harry, hang on. After I conclude, you come in.
Can anyone hear
Dave,
me?
Yeah, Harry, please just
all
hang
right,
on.
Sorry, I can't hear anyone speaking. I'll have to drop back and request for the mic again. Sorry.
All right.
Dave, every protest in the world has almost started as peaceful as possible. Even in Kenya, it was just peaceful demand, end the finance bill. And during EndSARS protests, we were asking for EndSARS. We don't want that criminal group to exist anymore. Now we are asking for reform EFCC. But it is this African nature in us, in our leaders, to always use force. When people come with dialogue, they will use force because they have power at their disposal. So this reform EFCC we are asking for peacefully. We've not even started the protest. The EFCC is not giving us their level of intelligence that based on the intelligence they gathered. But they cannot gather the intelligence to know where Yahya Bello is. They cannot gather the intelligence to know where the corrupt politicians have deposited the money they looted from Nigeria. They cannot use that same intelligence to know the people that are sinking this country. But they've used that their own intelligence to gather that we are mobilizing ants to come and attack them. Yes, I'm calling for a very peaceful protest, but I know the government we are living in must definitely resist us. They will definitely come guns blazing at us. They will do everything within their disposal to suppress us. Then it will metamorphose or trigger other things. I will not say what will happen next, But I know what we are asking for is a peaceful protest. If they are sensible enough, they should listen to us. If you see the poster the poster that I posted concerning this protest, the flyers, it's about a relationship between EFCC and the Nigerian youth. Let's have this communication. Let us
Let's give them information. You understand? But I know they will come out to resist us. After that, every other thing we are looking for in this country will be possible after them. Dave, I'll read my mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, 99. So let's do a quick running order now.
Dave, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Dave, can you hear me?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you 99%. I can't even hear David. I don't know what's going on here.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I can
David,
hear
I
you.
can hear you.
But I think, something is going on here because, every now and then we are not hearing one another.
Yeah, Twitter, to be honest, Twitter Spaces has always been a glitch first, especially because I think the co-hosts are all using different, I think Pels uses an iPhone, I use an Android. I don't know what Ralph uses, so usually there's always a glitch. But anyway, it's fine. Harry appears to have disappeared off this week's panel. Oh, he's still there, right? Okay, so let's get a running order. So we've got Harry, we've got General Snow, we've got Tommy Waziri, we've got Tunde Adeparusi, we've got Damilola Olowo, I can't see the full name, and we've got Bankole Otegbeye. So let's do it in that order. Then we've got Anytime. So Harry, you go first.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Give me 100 if you can hear me, please. Good evening, David. Right.
Good evening.
I'm just going to be quick about this because it seems like a lot of us have said the most important things, and most of the things I'm going to say here, even if it's going to be short, I have said it recently and I've tweeted about it. It's the most important part for me at this point is I think Michael, he mentioned it, is the sensitization, and I think we should really do that part. But one other thing that bothers me a lot is I don't expect any Nigerian to wait for another Nigerian to, I don't want to use the word incite. I want to say maybe let me say encourage you to come out for anything at this point, because if you look around you, I literally don't believe, or I really don't want to believe, there is anything working out for you if you're not close to the government or if you're not in the government. So I am really against the fact, let me just be clear, I'm really against the fact of, or the thought of anybody coming out to say there should be funding for a specific protest or for a specific walk or anything, because at this point, you should feel the need for you to come outside, even if you just want to come outside and let the government know. I just want to stay here and make sure you guys hear me out. Go in front of anything, go in front of some agency, commission, or anything. You only you have the right or the power to make yourself come outside. And I know a lot of people are against this phrase that I'm going to use next, which is if you really want to save Nigeria, you should come back home. Yes, because I think this has a lot to do with street credibility. If you're not on ground, I don't think anybody is really going to believe you. And I think it is not really nice to tell people to come outside if they don't feel the need to come outside. So it brings me back to my first part of saying Nigerians should really think, or should really feel the need to come outside before anybody says come outside for anything. And going to this EFCC, end EFCC or reform EFCC, I don't. I want to be I don't want to be the prophet of doom here, but after what happened in 2020, I really don't trust the Nigerian government, because you end EFCC and then you reform it into something else, you give it another name, and then like we ended SARS and then EFCC took SARS character, literally, and this is what we have today. We are still here trying to end EFCC. So please, we should really think about what we want to do and when we want to do it and how we want to do it. Lastly, I'm going to say it is not right for anybody to tell another person to come offer any service at this point. If you're a doctor, if you're a medical worker, if you're a nurse, anything you are, and you feel I can render some services, bro, everybody, if you know you're not going to do anything pro bono, please don't come outside. We don't need anybody to need a celebrity to ginger them to come outside. We don't need anybody to need a smooth talker or a philosopher or anybody. You don't need Harry, you don't need Dave, you don't need anybody to be your light for you to come outside. Please, let's just die that idea. If you're coming outside for you, yourself, your future, and your generation. I think for me, that's what it is at this point. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much, Harry, and I'm completely aligned with that. I've always been of the opinion that this idea that people need this standard bearer going ahead of them to speak for them, to stand for them, I think it's a very damaging idea in the Nigerian context, because it creates opportunities for every kind of grifter in the world to come and position themselves. And we saw this during NSAS. So honestly, we shouldn't really be having that discussion all over again. Because literally everybody during the NSAS period who made a conscious attempt to position themselves as a face of something, every single one of such people was trying to buy and sell Nigeria. So I think that lesson should have been learned already. We shouldn't, that conversation has been had already. So I think it's redundant at this point in time to still be going back and forth about whether celebrity or social media influencer or whatever. We've seen what these guys did already. So except you want to live in denial, or except again, you want to do that thing Nigerians do where we gather each other and lie to each other for no reason, that I think what is done is done. The next speaker on the panel is General Snow.
Sorry, David, before General speaks, I just want to throw it out there that earlier someone made a suggestion about end bad governance. And the person made the suggestion reminding us of what happened immediately after they said they ended SARS and then founded SWAT. You know, that we pivoted from end SARS to end bad governance. And that today that is still very relevant, and that we can have a statewide action on that, you know, that will increasingly balloon into something national. So I'm just putting that out there so people who are coming on can also remember that, in case you have other ideas to join to that.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, David, Pearl, Harry. If you can hear me, please give me 100. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I will start by saying that protest is our right. Protest is our right as Nigerians. It's enshrined in Section 40 of 1999 Constitution. And protest is a game of numbers. These politicians, they know very well that we have the numbers. And knowing that we have the numbers and you're coming out to protest, we have the right to protest peacefully. Now, remember the word peacefully. If you're protesting peacefully, the Constitution of Nigeria covers you. So what these people do is that they make that protest not to be peaceful by equally, getting people to counter protest with us or cause some sort of unrest during the protest. First of all, somebody spoke here and the person said that there are issues peculiar to each region in Nigeria. I've lived in Gombe for a while, and I never had anything like police brutality, police intimidation, EFCC intimidation, and all of that. And all these things, all these institutions are very well present in Gombe. So you can't actually come out and say we want to have a national protest and people in Gombe we buy into it. They don't identify with the problem. They don't know what you're talking about. And you might say it's because they are up north. No, they don't know what you are talking about. Basically, it doesn't affect them. And that is their reality. So, first of all, we have to identify those issues that are peculiar to each region in Nigeria. It has to be under an umbrella name, like somebody said recently, and bad governance. Everybody knows that the country is not what it used to be. At least we are in this country where a bag of rice was sold for 8,000 naira. You don't need a soothsayer to tell you that things are no longer as they used to be. Another thing we have to understand is that the fact that you know that there's a problem in Nigeria does not mean that every Nigerian knows that there's a problem. The fact that you are privy to information on Twitter, you have access to these informations in real time, does not mean that Nigerians as a whole don't assume. It's a very wrong thing to assume, and that's what is getting us into lots of issues, problems. We assume that everybody knows that this government, these policies is what was passed, and that is why XYZ is happening to Nigerians. So many people don't know. We're talking about people that believe that God allows certain things to happen. So why would I question it if it's the will of God? We're talking about people that believe that protest is haram. There has to be some sort of unlearning and relearning before we can make any headway to changing the trajectory of this country. We don't just get up and protest. If you protest without, unlearning things or teaching people, sensitizing people about some certain things, they will even call you their enemy. I remember during NSAS, we made a mistake of holding concerts instead of protests. We come to these protest grounds to play music, to eat, some to meet new friends, some are even smoking. These are the issues. If we think about what happened in Kenya, I didn't say anything of sort. You will see that there's focus, there's consistency. They were consistent with what they wanted. There were no concerts or what have you. Those are like what we should imbibe going forward if we want to talk anything about protests. Protest is it's a serious business. It's a serious business. It's about changing policies. It's about what will affect the country positively. And you have higher forces that are against you. So coming to protest, to party, to eat food, all those things should take back seats and should never even be mentioned. If you're in Nigeria right now and you're on Twitter, you have access to information, and you still believe that there's no problem in this country, you are an enemy of Nigeria. Again, I would say, like somebody said on this space, that we have to hold our leaders responsible. It is not just the president. There are senators, there are House of Reps, there are reps, like there are governments in grassroots that we can interact with. There are local government chairmen, there are councillors and all of that. We should start by holding these people responsible. These people are giving money to execute projects in their constituencies. They do nothing. For example, Desmond Elliott, we God will punish, by the way. We saw what he did. So first, hold the government you are seeing, hold them accountable first. Oga, how far? This thing that we sent you to do this thing for us. While I was in school, I was in the Senate. I report to my faculty. I'm responsible, like I'm directly, like I'm responsible for whatever happens. I will bring it back to my faculty. Do you understand? So they can't just go straight to the SVG president without reaching me. That's what we're trying to do in Nigeria. We want to go straight to the president, forgetting that we sent a representative to the government to speak on our behalf. So we have to we see these people, we see them every day. We see them in churches, we see them in the mosques, we see them every day, but we don't even identify them as some of the problems we have. We go straight to the presidency, which is wrong. So protests, and again, Nigerians are scared of dying. We are so scared of dying. Fela sang it. And yet, we die in numbers. We die in our numbers. We die in our numbers, and we are so scared of dying. So, this is my closing remark. Identify the regional problems with each region and put this under an umbrella name, which is End Bad Governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your submission, and we appreciate it. And I just want to quickly add before Tommy speaks that I am reading just now the detail of this statement by the EFCC, and it's fucking infuriating. It is infuriating because this is the same gaslighting, we witnessed during NSAS, and which has become the model since then. And I think that things like this, we can't allow things like this to slide. We can't allow them to slide because these people are taking us for a ride. It doesn't make sense that peaceful citizens are coming together to talk about a threat that is literally existential to them. And the response of this supercilious arm of government, agency of government, or whatever it stands for, is to threaten them, to be warning them that even peaceful protest is not allowed. So even if it's just on the basis of your annoyance at, the insensitivity that we see that has pervaded every single aspect of governance in that country, I think it is enough to show solidarity to this. But beyond that, I also wanted to add that it is unfortunate because I think it says a lot about our current reality that this level of dehumanization is going on in one part of the country, and in another part, they are completely oblivious to that kind of treatment. And I think that if people are really sincere about wanting a national, or wanting to live in a nation, or wanting to have, some sort of national identity, you don't have to experience oppression before you identify with the oppressed. If they are serious about, being nationalistic in mind and attitude, you don't have to be from the South to at least solidarize with what is going on. And so the point I'm making here is the idea that EFCC is not perpetrating the same kind of criminality it does in the South in the core North does not mean that the core Northerners should, exempt themselves from this kind of situation. That's not to say that the Southerners should not do it at all, but it's just to say it is not an excuse and it is not enough for you to not want to participate. And that said, I think that, okay, so there is something else I want to say, but I would let Mr. Tommy go ahead and then we'll come back to that later. So, Tommy, please, your turn.
Okay, good day, everyone. Can you hear me? Am I being heard?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You are.
Oh,
Please go
okay.
ahead.
Good day, David. Good day, everybody. Good afternoon, evening, wherever you're expressing from. Um, I want to talk about. I think a lot have been said already, but I want to talk about will, the will of the people, and the fear of the people. Um, the will, in the sense that you see what you see today. You see, Nigeria have several problems that is enough for Nigerians to hit the streets. But you see, when you look at the difference between, Kenyans and, the average Nigerian, there is no will. From what you can see, what those guys did, you could see that will. There was this collective will from everybody. I know we have talked about, division along so many lines, but the average Nigerian, you go and meet the average Nigerian, they keep complaining and complaining. You see, it's exactly what Fela said in his song, and unfortunately, that drum is still sounding today, suffering and smiling. You know, there is no will. It's quite unfortunate because you see, it's heartbreaking how you see Nigeria, because see, a lot connects. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that you can connect everywhere in Nigeria right now. That is enough for people to fall out, but there is no will. Why? Because of fear. I'm not going to say much now. Before I left Nigeria, yeah, I remember I did a little bit of survey. I stayed in Korodu. So then when I go out, I'm inside Keke, I'll ask questions. With all the hardship people are going through, I will ask youth, the average youth, why aren't you coming out? They say, make they go shoot me, make I go die. There is that fear. And see, if we don't take away that fear, that answers have registered something in the minds of youths. We need to start learning from what Kenyans see. Kenyans saw that numbers was their advantage. We need to change the mindset of the average youth. See, and at the end of the day, these people we are dealing with are evil people. We already know. Unfortunately, I don't. Let me be the devil advocate here. People may die. Let me not say people will die. But see, a struggle, when people are struggling for something, yes, people may lose their life. But look at what Kenya achieved at the end of the day. Even if they did not chase away Ruto, there'll be this level of respect. But unfortunately, Nigerians are not willing to do that. Nigerians are cruising on Instagram, watching TikTokers, watching content creators, following Davido and Wizkid, dragging themselves. It's quite unfortunate. So I remember when I was even asking those questions, they're telling me, oh, this and that. Even to their mom will tell them, don't go and protest. So this is mama, they will kill you. Oh. But look at what Kenyan mothers are doing. They are praying for their children. They know that they are fighting for something. Nigerians are just so distracted. I think that's another thing we need to talk about. We are not many Nigerians, and that's why I will not blame anyone that will say, I love what Harry said. I will not be the one to come and say Nigerians come and protest. See, as a wrap up, see, Nigerians, to my own, as long as we have the right to protest. But see, if Nigerians are not ready, let me say this, it's almost like we are just wasting our time. If Nigerians themselves are not ready, I think we are just wasting our time. Because if there is no will, there cannot be a way. I'll yield the mic here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tommy of Canada. You've spoken very wisely, and just to reorient the conversation and bring us back to the point of this space. Disappointment. Someone said something I think important earlier by saying NSAS was not an outright failure, but it was not a success either. I mean, I take the position of maybe we failed more than we succeeded because, we lost too many people. Until date, they don't have justice. So basically, just to talk about the things we did wrong or the things we could have done better and how we can bring that knowledge into future NSARs or other bigger protests. So basically, please let's sort of stay on that. The EFCC issue is also important, but this is the real reason for this space. Thank you. Okay, so I think Tunde is next. Yes, Tunde is the next person to speak. So, Mr. Tunde, are you there?
Yes, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Let me.
Tunde is next. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't hear him. Can anyone else hear him?
Well,
yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. If you can hear me. Well, thank you for for organizing the space. I think if there is one thing that has actually changed the political space is the fact that the youth could now come together, to speak at least on a platform, that cannot be hijacked, so to speak. Even though at sometimes there will be this. The attempt to take it over. But I think the youth are still safe on this platform to speak and then to organize. If there was one thing that actually made the NSAS a success, because I wouldn't agree with those who opine that the NSAS wasn't a success. No, it was a success. There are different levels of successes. If I must say that, the fact that you start from ground zero and you hit ground one, ground two, there you might not get to ground 10, but then at the level, at the second level, you've made some level of progress, and then you can say yes, that you're successful, at least to some extent. So whether we like it or not, it created some level of awareness, and then the fact that the politicians actually got sensitized that okay, so it's possible that people could revolt, But having said that, I am not really impressed with a level of docility as a people. I can almost liken that to some sort of demonic docility. As a people, we've waited for too long. We've been laid back, and it's like we are controlled. Then I've been listening to everyone, and then I think I would just like to come from a more legal or a more constitutional angle, to what is being planned and what is being said. And then I think even the government, and if their agents are listening, so that they can actually agree with the fact that, just like somebody said, that the protest is the right of the people, is their constitutional right. And having said that, it is also the constitutional right of the people, to save environment, to secure environment. As a matter of fact, the 1999 Constitution, states this so clearly. I think Section 14, that the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria, the 1999 declares that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. So, but this has not been the case. So, if on the basis of this, people have decided to come together to exercise their right to protest, I don't think there is anything illegal about that. And there, we are looking at. I also want to propose that maybe we can look at a theme, around what I believe has affected everybody, whether you are from the north or you are from the south or you are from the east or from the west, and that's the issue of insecurity. The heightened level of insecurity is something that we need to actually talk about. It's something that we can protest about. So it's every region of Nigeria has been a victim of some sort. Are we to talk about the Boko Haram insurgency? In the northeastern Nigeria, of course, this is actually proliferating to other regions, across the northern states. when Boko Haram emerged in 2002, between that time and now, over 50,000 lives have been lost. So, I mean, is it that lives don't matter in Nigeria? And close to 4 million people have been displaced, even in the northern region. And even those that even are outside Nigeria, even in Cameroon, up to the Cameroon border, you know. So these are issues that I think, you know, bind all of us together. Because it's also happening. Are we talking about banditry and kidnapping? You know, are we talking about herdsmen and you know, farmer conflicts? You know, which of course, you know, we can see the ripple effect in the food insecurity in the country. You know, are we talking about separatist agitations? You know, the IPOB and then what's happening in the southeast of southeastern Nigeria? Are we talking about militancy in the north, in the Niger Delta? You know, so I mean, or are we generally talking about the urban crime and you know and general lawlessness? You know, in which even some of our security personnel are involved. In 2018, I was almost killed by the Nigerian police. I was almost killed in 2018, July 20. I can never forget, on a Friday. I just finished a meeting, you know, at the airport, and then I decided, okay, let me get to the island. So I took the toll gate around the airport in that environment there. And then they were chasing these guys from the opposite direction. I was waiting to pass through the toll gate to pay. And because the guy, the bar was up, so the guy escaped. So they got down and started arguing with the guys who were working at the toll gate. And one of them brought out gun and he just started shooting sporadically. The bullet came through my window. It was God that saved me. It's all over the net. You could Google it. So, I mean, I'm a victim of this same situation myself. I'm a victim of my own country, you know. Or I mean, are we to talk about even the government responses to this? And they are sometimes very absurd, very ridiculous public statements. I mean, recently, I read about the current secretary to the federal government, Mr. Akumi, saying that the cause for insecurity in Nigeria it's climate because of climate change. Excuse me? If they don't give you such ridiculous and stupid excuses, escapist ideology to our face, or they tell you to pray. You put people in power to serve you, and then the next thing that you vote them into power, and they're telling you to pray. You know, so these are reasons that I think, you know, that call for, for protest, general protest. You know, we demand for safety and security. We demand for accountability and transparency. We demand for reform, policy reform. We demand for human rights and justice. You know, and of course, we could also call the attention of the international communities, you know, through this protest. So I think, if we look at this, if we really want to critically look at it and then want to converge on a topic, on a theme that will be that will interest every region of the country, I'm telling you, it is not something that is that will be beyond the state of insecurity, heightened level of insecurity in the country. It's so pervasive, and I think it warrants a public protest and then an action. You know, because it affects every aspect of our life. You know, from personal safety to the economic instability, as we can see, a lot of organizations, companies are leaving our country in drove. You know, so it's like the insecurity in our country. You know, I can liken it to light and darkness. You know, if you have darkness, nothing thrives. There's no life in darkness. So the level of insecurity in our country it has brought a lot of darkness into the country. And the political elite, they seem to be, you know, they don't care. They seem so insensitive to this issue. So it's critical, and I think it could form the focal point or the theme of the proposed protest. So I yield the mic so that other people can speak. Thank you so much for for the privilege, and then I appreciate you guys. Well done, well done. Thank you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, yes. I
Thank you.
heard you. I don't know.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. But did you? I mean, I hope I was not muted all through, because I mean I just concluded.
We
No,
could
no.
hear you
We heard
perfectly.
you. We
Thank
heard
you.
you. We
Thank you
heard
so
you.
much. Thank you.
Sorry, David.
Okay, so Ralph, are you there?
Yeah, and again, I want to apologize, but I think we are veering off a little, and I just need us to stay on topic. One, two. I think the last speaker raised an important point, which I don't even think was the intention, but he just brought to mind that, the fact that we have, dozens of NSAS protesters who are still in jail. I mean, it should be an embarrassment to all of us. And there should be something we can do about that. And I'm just throwing this out there, not to take away from our conversation, but if we're having a frank conversation about NSAS, the fact that we have dozens of protesters who have either been accused of stealing, and all those ridiculous trumped up charges, there should be something we can do about that. And that does not require putting your life on the line. So again, someone spoke about will, and I think this is a good place to demonstrate our collective will and individual will, for some sort of justice in this country. So I think this is the place where we can even have volunteer lawyers or groups of people who are willing to, follow on this situation and see that some of these people get the justice that they deserve, and that they get their freedom. In addition to that, I think that it's also important that we do not forget, again, that this is not a space about, the gazillion issues facing Nigeria. It is primarily about NSAS and the lessons we've learned from NSAS, the pitfalls, the malicious actors, the people who did what, when, and how their actions affected the rest, the things we can learn from those developments, and how we can apply those lessons to future actions. These are the things we want to talk about. So please, let's stay on topic, please. Sorry, the next person is Damilola. So I don't know if Damilola is still here. Is Damilola here? I don't think so. So the next person is Bankole. Is Bankole still here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. So I'll try to stay very much on topic, but NSAS is connected to everything. But yeah, we'll stay on topic. I'll just talk briefly on what I could tag the power of a united few. There is division in the world of Nigeria, and that is a critical problem as to why NSAS failed, as to why anything we do will fail until we fix that. But before I talk about the division, I'll talk about one place where there is very, very serious unity in Nigeria. You see, the underworld of Nigeria right now is enjoying a unity, an unprecedented level of unity under the banner and leadership of their premier, the premier of the underworld, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And that is why you can see the formation around him. You would have the Kabaka around him. You would have the Asari around him. You have the militants. You would have the Shetima to represent the terrorists. You would have the Buaris and the El Rufais, the Fasholas, that will represent the people that bamboozle minds. You have all sorts of people around this man. He has created a formation of the underworld
and they are so united. And I tell you this thing: these people are few, but they are enjoying the power of a united few. And what the Nigerian people have not been able to achieve in the upper world, because we are living in this ideal world, most of us that come out here, and we're idealists. And we believe we have upper minds and we are thinking of the higher things, while these men just want to gather material things, right? But we are not, we don't have the power of the united few on that end. In the middle, which is where the Nigeria public is, there is disarray and there is disunity. There is disarray and there is disunity. How did this united few in the underworld get disunity? How was this unity forged? See, it's very easy for them because the underworld is a very material place where these guys are not idealists. They just want to be rich. They just want to be famous. They just want to be great. They just want to oppress. And what do you need to do that? The principal tool for that is money. And that is why they are on our throats. That's why they took hold of the Nigerian government. Because what is a principal money printing machine? It is the government. So the tax ahead of us is so high. Because for us to be united, money cannot do it. Why? Because this is an ideal we are pursuing, and money cannot buy it. And so I would say this before I now speak a bit. We go nowhere until we create an order of a united few that is built on ideals, that is as strong as any religion, that is strong as anything. And it is through that order that we can marshal a protest that will not be hijacked by a group of people called feminist coven or a group of people called celebrities or this or that. A united, open-minded Nigeria must be created. That is just like the underworld of Tinubu himself. And money cannot do this thing. Now, if you look at NSAS is not the only time Nigerians protested and got killed, even between 2020 and 2015. El Zazaki, I was in Abuja for a period. I'm an Abuja person before I got posted to Lagos in 2020 and witnessed NSAS. Now, every other day you see a lot of people walking around the streets of Abuja barefooted, lots of boys from Kaduna walking all the way, protesting that free this man. What has he done? It is his right to have a religion and a group of people. Why are you arresting him? And what happened to the Ezazaki people? Buratai was passing, according to the news, and because they were protesting, they got shot. What did we do about it as a people? El Zazaki. There was Operation Python Dance. I don't understand that. That was a weird something, but I know there was a period on the internet where people were killed, even in the southeast, en masse by the Nigerian army. And then there was NSAS. What was the reward for Buratai's major mass killings? Buratai was appointed ambassador to Benin Republic the minute he was removed as chief of armed forces or whatever. Why? He needed the diplomatic immunity because of the mass murder. Because what is the ambassador of Benin Republic to the former chief of army staff? So you see that these guys have an order and they reward themselves and they protect themselves. And this is why the IREV will be switched off, because they know that if they lose this order, they have a lot to lose. They've committed crime to be here. They have money they will lose because they steal Nigeria's oil, billions of naira every day. Who wants to lose that? Billions of dollars. What am I even saying? Who wants to lose that? How are they controlling the army? How are they getting them to shoot people? Because they are controlling the money. If you read The Art of War, it was described what you need to raise an army. You need, what was that, 10,000 shekels of silver a day? If you convert that to modern day, that's billions of naira a day, right? That is what Tinubu has. That is how he's controlling Lagos State with thugs, because he shares the money to the thugs. But for them, it's easy. For us, it's difficult. Now, we need to have the serious conversation. Nigeria is divided. What is the problem? Let's take, for example, the election. There's something we don't talk about. What we don't talk about is how it was so easy for the South not to galvanize around Peter Obi as strongly enough as the Southeast did. Why did that happen? Because the elite of the South are in this underworld, and they pulled it off. You saw what Wike did. You saw everything. These two people were formerly brothers, but they cannot even galvanize. What happened? That is a discussion between the South and the Southeast. That is a reason why we'll go to protest, and some people are more interested in other things than some people. There are too many things dividing us. How did they get away with the killing of people all these years and with their bad policies? Because they've seized the whole form of society. They seized religion. There's division in religion. They seized ethnicity. They have major people from all parts of Nigeria working for them. So basically, we are going nowhere until we address what is called division. They are still using divide and conquer on the Nigerian people. And there's no way we are addressing this issue of division without creating an order around it. Right? For a protest, there's still hope, because you see what happened again with the power of the United Few. I saw a video today in Uniben where a few people were kneeling down and some people were standing, and the soldiers were coming at them because somebody wanted to pass. And these guys wanted to protest. They were united in their desire to protest. And a few people that were standing were beginning to run, but because they saw those few people kneeling down unmoved, they came back, and you saw what happened. Those people couldn't go through. At least the few minutes I watched. That's what happens in the protest. It can happen. The protest can still happen, but the protest is going to dilly-dally if there's a united few who are supporting this protest from behind, the shadow united few. Then you would have a list of protesters that were arrested, so that they will not be able to tell you that they killed only 5 people when they killed 100 people. You already have a list. There's a name to it. You already are organized behind the shadows. Then we would be able to take people to the International Court of Justice and put them through the legal stress. Because a lot of Nigerian leaders are supposed to be facing international embarrassment. But because there's no united few that are ideally backed, because it is when we have the ideal, the shadow united few with the right ideals, with the right knowledge, and then we are able to raise the right finances, because all those things will come together, that we can now support these people that we are always gingering that they should protest. Because who are those that are going to protest at the end of the day? Who are the foot soldiers in every protest? It is the youngest among us. It is the people that are on the streets. But why would they go to the protest and not be pickpockets? It is because there's an organization behind them. How did these guys occupy Nigeria? The shadow government guy, who is now the main government. That was where it started. He ran it in the shadows. So great ideas everywhere, but I look forward to being invited one day to an underground order where we are going to fix things in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bankole. One thing that I probably a lesson as well from answers, because it was just this image that continues to loom large over us and everything else. So I think personally that only another can get us, and that they will easily kill people and, nothing will happen. They will easily arrest or intimidate people. And they into our suggestions, I think we should also be thinking of, big issues like that. I think most of the people who have spoken, or at least the last few speakers, they've not been able to help themselves from, dilating too much and, just focusing on too many things at the same time. But please, if we can just centralize our ideas around the NSAS issues, the lessons, and the way forward, that will significantly help us. Also, we just put up a tweet, requesting that those who are willing to be volunteer lawyers for the sake of securing the freedom of the NSAS protesters in different parts of Nigeria who are still in jail, who are willing to represent them, should please signify either on the tweet, or you can leave me a direct message. You can also send a message to David, whichever way. So we are going to move on now. I think there is Eniton on the list. So if Eniton is still here, now is the time to speak.
Good evening, everybody.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. So real quick, I just want to say that.
Eniton, you may go ahead.
Yeah, oh, sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Eniton. Please continue.
All right, thank you. So I want to say, for the success of the next protest that we'll be having, based on whatever tag we target, I think we need the massive support of the people, not just the learned ones alone. Let me start by saying every morning or anytime I'm out of my home and I'm using public Ibadan, bike Ibadan, or even when I'm in Kaduna, I do ask these questions. I would like, so if I'm in the north, I would like, wait, allergy, kai packaging zapping green, like that happening, and the response I do get is like, everybody's tired. They are all tired. And if it's the same thing in Ibadan, I will go to where any guys are. Or the right reason for them to join a protest. So I thought of something. Uncle David, I thought of something. If it is possible to carry these people to counter the protest, and is these people, the NURT, the Okada, and the Keke guys, are the same set of people that unite we and the some of us, if we are opportune though, we could get a projector. Maybe we can target the projector. If churches can be using projector in the open, all the atrocities that are happening, let people see, oh, okay, a minister is collecting so amount. The least person, the kind of atrocities that all these politicians are committing, if we could be projecting it to the market people, to the women, to the university students, even to the point that some secondary school students, if they are passing, they are seeing all the things that are happening in Nigeria, because most of these people are not online, and even the phone they are using is Yoruba call it Tonosobe, torchlight phone. So they are not aware of most of these things. And trust me, the media is not pushing, the media is always changing the narrative. They are not saying. By the time we can like do this, like for example, okay, talking about the EFCC something, like the truth is, if you are protesting against EFCC, most, I'll say an average Nigerian from this south, from the southwest, or even from the north, will support EFCC. That's the truth, because they will be like, Sheba Omo Yahoo nìkan ni wọ́n deal with. I'm sorry, I used to code me, Sema Binu, Sheba Omo Yahoo nìkan ni wọ́n deal with. So what's their business? What's our own business? They should face it. But if the people have already seen, oh, there's somebody called Yaya Bello, he ate 80 billion, or he stole 80 billion. There's another person called Idris, the former Akata General of the Federation. He also ate 80 billion. And then people, we analyzed for them what 80 billion stolen by one person could do for them. I believe when next we call for protest, they are the first set of people that will even come out. Because I've tried it times without number. I've went to NURTW Park. I'll be psyching them, be like playing with them. Bros, okay, what if you want to protest? Here you come out, can you come? Because we know it's still the same you people that government will send against us. Yes, some people are still loyalists to the government. There's not how you want to do it. Some people will be foreverly loyal to their oppressor. That's the truth. But there's a way that we can change their mindset. We can psych them. We can make them see things in different order. Even if the government want to use them against us, now they will be the one to say enough is enough. Even we are tired. Now imagine we are having support of the market women. We are having support of we're having the support of some keke guys. I was telling somebody, I said, if only the day Nigeria will be better, and I do keep saying it, is the day these NURT people, these Okada people, even the market women, our mothers, the day all of them get tired and said, enough is enough, we are done. We can't do it alone. That's the simple truth. We can't do it alone. But the day these people say enough is enough, maybe they all of them pack their car and shut down Lagos by the expressway for one day. I say enough is enough. I think that day the government will wake up and they will realize, oh, okay, oh, we've done a lot of damages and the people are waking up. That's my submission. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, David, I think you should go ahead because we've exhausted that list. We need to bring up new speakers. But again, yeah, but I didn't really get much of what the last speaker said, so I think you should.
Sorry, please, I've not spoken, no. Please, coach, say, and I've been waiting.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I've been on here and I've heard what so many people have spoken. I've said about the answers and the way forward, trying to stay on the topic. You know, as someone who witnessed answers, I was on that field there. Apart from the answers, I witnessed last year election, all the massacre that happened in Lagos. I have just one thing to say, and I want to buttress my point on what General Snow said, Bankole and Anytime. The minute Bankole said so many things, and that's talking about the government that is running. How did he get there? And it's as simple as this. I have never ever seen where this tout had their meetings on social media. You don't see them coming. Do you get? We run meetings, we run seminars. We don't bring it on Twitter. You are pursuing criminals, and then you're coming on Twitter to say all your ideas. How are you going to catch up with them? Imagine you have not even started. EFCC have brought a statement that people are planning. This thing should be something that we use Zoom meetings to strategize. Like Enitan said, we'll build up structure, like Bankole said, before they will wake up to know the plans that we are having. We will now, use social media. At that time, we are ready to hit the road. It is when we hit the road that we will now come on social media, Twitter, tagging this, tagging that, for it to go viral. When Kenyans were planning, did you see them on Twitter? It was when they were protesting, we all saw them on Twitter. Please. These things that we do since last year, we'll call for what do you call it again? Space. And we speak so much English on top of space, on top of plan. We can take it inside. Let's go in. Let's plan from the inside. What are we doing? We're coming on space every time, coming to say all the things that we would have said inside and go after these people. As you're speaking one idea, these people are already, planning, backing themselves up in 10 ideas with money, with weapons and everything, strategically shutting you down. This is not how to go about, catching a thief. We can do these meetings on Zooms. The day we become so large on Zooms, we can divide ourselves into sections. Let's take our secret so that when we come after these people this time around, answers, yes, if answers were structured, like Bankole said, they wouldn't have shut us down like they did. So if we are going to come out again for anything, let's go on the ground and come out just like Curtis will do. Just like, let's be strategic. Please, that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
I've been here since raising my space, been listening to brilliant ideas. Sticking to the points, I would like to talk about the last issue before maybe just the second limb of the topic, which is the way forward. Mine is just one or two suggestions in addition to what a lot of people have said. And one is, I feel even if we don't join our youth in agitating for a better form of governance, because it was something that I experienced during the 20.
It's your connection, I keep telling you.
Okay, yes. So I'm saying that one of the things that happened was stereotyping the youths, which was a major issue. And I feel that it's high time we have to mark. I don't know how we'll do it. There's no perfect suggestion, but everyone makes it, taking out one out of each to actually form the suggestions that we're going to use going forward. And one of them is having sorry, please. Okay, so having to marry the elders or maybe probably our women, I think it's a thing we need to do, even if not majorly mothers per se, but our youth, when it comes to even females, we need to make sure they have this belief and come in strong. I think we have some set of youth that have not been participating when it comes to civic participation. And I don't know how we will do it. We are not God. There's nothing that will say manna will fall from heaven for us. And then at that point in time, probably once that peaceful protest starts, we begin to shun every creative content that does not align or reflect the Nigerian dream. We begin to shun every idea that does not align with civic participation or patriotism, because I think our internet space is clouded with a lot of irrelevancies. And that is something we need to really capture back the minds of our young people when going for another protest. I don't know if I'm still audible. So I think that's just some of the things. And then in connection to what everyone has said, beautiful, brilliant. And I was so impressed when I saw the tweet that is on the Jumbotron talking about the Davido coming into Abuja in that 2020. I, for one, that's why they say you think your idea is just you are a loner. But I, for one, clearly shown that it was a bad move, irritable move, and I feel we should stop idolizing people. The time for celebrating money giveaway should be. It's. I don't believe it's something that other developed countries or even upcoming countries do. It's changing the team to now become need for something about governance. Yes, because it will encapsulate everything Nigeria needs. If you say you are in the south or in the north, you're not a particular of some of the issues, but there must be an issue that you are suffering in your jurisdiction. And I think that's just some of the things I just wanted to add.
I think justice was next. I think.
Okay, thank you very much, David, for this space. I've been listening for a very long time, and I think it's brilliant that we're having to have these discussions. It's unfortunate answers happened the way it happened, and it's even more unfortunate that we lost a lot of people to a cause that ordinarily should awaken the minds of the people in government towards fixing the anomaly and the brutality within a particular government jurisdiction, which is the police force as at the time. But I think going forward, there has been a lot of scar. Of course, being that most of the principal participants in that particular process are still behind bars, and there seems not to be any date for them in court, or even any discussions towards their release, and that has greatly, I think it has greatly affected the morale of Nigerians, responding again to issues. You had that narrative of they're going to kill you, they're going to shoot you, and all of that. But I think part of what is, generating this docility, and why, regardless of the madness that is going on in that country, orchestrated by the criminal drug baron and certificate for the bandit, an illegitimate president of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is the fact that I think Nigerians still have data. Nigerians can still afford data. So there are a lot on the internet that distracts the average Nigerian. A Nigerian is most likely to go hungry, but so long as he has and that is okay for him or her. And that doesn't also surprise me why it looks like, regardless of the whole hardship in the country, somehow every Nigerian is able to afford data. That is why you put up a particular post that should be instructive, that should, educate people. you see a lot of comments in the comment section, vilifying that particular, attacking you basically on, some of those posts. You talk about, the insensitivities of the people in the National Assembly, and how senators are just not, in tandem with, the general issues that affect the people every day, and how they are so wasteful and really do not care. They come on air and, on interviews, availability of network, the availability of data. Nigerians can probably go hungry, but so long as they have power on their phone and they have data to, talk about, things that distract them, that should basically take them away from focusing and, keeping the foot of the people in government to. They have kept internet affordable, relatively affordable, so that Nigerians can continue to get distracted. Then they are followed up with religion and tribalism. So it douses the whole tension. But I think at some point, I believe something will give. A protest is imminent in Nigeria. It's just, I believe that there will be one trigger. Just like a lot of people, never foresaw answers coming from Delta State. It culminated in Lagos at the Lekki toll gate, and, the whole massacre and the unfortunate things that happened there. It did not start. Yeah, it started somewhere in Delta State, and then it spread, across the southern Nigeria. And then, of course, we also need a synergy between the northern, in this illusion that they are in a different country, they are in a different system, and one cannot. EFCC rampage, for example, right now is solely around the southern region of Nigeria. And it's not surprising to me, because the southern region of the country seems to be the more literate region. So where you have high literacy, you can probably also equate that to high crime. But there has to be a uniting factor. And that uniting factor, a lot of people have mentioned here, is on issues like insecurity, which is a widespread problem. It's a widespread problem. There's nowhere in the other day, killings everywhere. Killings everywhere. Nobody is safe. So if that doesn't unite the northern bloc of the Nigerian youths with the southern bloc of the Nigerian youths to say, hey, government, we don't understand what is going on anymore. Every day people are killed in Benue. There is a bomb attack in Borno State. There is banditry in Katsina State, in Northwest. There is insecurity everywhere. And then, of course, the major issues of hunger and the responsibilities of those in government, particularly those in NAS, because they are just a photocopy of the executive. Anything the executive throws at them, there is no, they don't do their oversight functions. They just pass it. Because at every point in the Nigerian struggle, it shouldn't be one particular part of the country that bears the brunt. This time around, the North and the South will have to come together and say, look, wait a minute, this country, like insecurity, which obviously will now blow it up. Because I honestly believe that are here, they are listening, rather than try to curb, this is a criminal government, it's an illegitimate government that does not really care. It shows in their utterances, majority of them now playing gods, and they don't really care. It's not like, and they're not afraid. I think the most important part now is that most imagine a supposed drug dealer having to spend 7 more years. That he's going to change Nigeria in the next 7 years. So in his mind, the second term is already sure. They have control of the security apparatus. But what they fail to understand is that the Nigerians actually stand up, what is happening in Kenya will be a child's play, because we actually have more people. And at some point, the poor man will have no other person to eat than the rich. It's going to get to that point. It's just a trigger, like I said. A trigger will make it happen. And of course, when fire drives out fire, we'll say pity, pity. But for now, all, I'm encouraging the continued efforts to release those who are, illegally detained, and any avenues to helping, get them out and get them freed once again will be appreciated. Thank you very much, David Yunde, for this particular space. I've learned a lot. This is not a space to talk about strategy. Dangote is wailing. Who are you as an ordinary Nigerian? The members of the poor masses. If Dangote is wailing. So I believe that trigger is going to happen, and it's going to happen real fast. Whatever is happening in Kenya will be child's play when that insurrection starts in Nigeria. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Ifeanyi, are you there? We've got a warmer. Long time no speak, bro.
Yeah, yeah, David, how far, man? I'm nice to be on this space. Thanks for really hosting this. I think it's very necessary, and I'm thankful for, how do you put it, the convergence that happens every now and then when it comes to like minds in this emancipation forum. I wanted to just start talking about list a few things about the way forward, and monitor my time. But about what happened, how it ended. I would say that it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, and I think organization capacity, their capacity to organize ourselves as young people ish. I think that was one of the things I took from that whole process. I remember having a discussion with my aunt. One of these, their groups, boomer groups or whatever, they had conversations about answers, and just the way that you are seeing Nigeria, I think we can remember when the ex-ICT minister Mobola Johnson, gave like a thread on how her son almost died because of him being profiled, being a young person with how it shook her and all that. So even if a lot of people were not too loud about their contributions, I know that my aunt and her group, they talked about, these are our children, their future and everything. And they were making their own contributions in whatever way and all that. And all that happened. Like the way, the organic DMs, and we're just talking about how, you can liken the answer something to this for anybody that as time went on after it, you have a lot to leverage the umbrella to push it, So just thinking about okay, how can we be a whole lot more organized but still distributed, we're talking all through that. And ultimately, I've heard from some very smart people speak, and I think I would like to say that talking about social media, Twitter is the most, or X, whatever, is the most most active political platform. For example, I think when people were looking at a tweet about people juxtaposing about how, a certain person was talking about elections in another country, and during the elections in her own country, someone was mute. Now, if you go to Instagram, the the conversation around all that is totally different. Like, you don't have the kind of rigor and the questioning of intentions and all that on Twitter that you like. It is on it's like different worlds. So from a whole lot that I've observed over months, getting to a year. And I think thank goodness for getting this lady in the US sharing some of these papers, because I printed some of those things one time and shared it to some people and tried to see the reactions. There's a need to translate and transcribe these very rich conversations, just like someone has pointed out before, from Twitter to the mainstream. Like, I can remember the person's eyes when I shared the paper with him, looking at all the billions. We say, bros, this thing where you share give me now bomb. Yes, I understand that, there is this I think people have complained about this apathy, this learned helplessness from Nigerians, when it comes to social issues and all that. But ultimately, the truth is that what you are trying to do is social engineering. And to achieve social engineering, the critical mass that you are dealing with, you need to empower them with information in whatever way. Someone's talking about people have data, and they can, look at jokes and sort of be less interested in political issues. At the same time, people can do a whole lot to get data, to qualify for data. They can do tasks, that are useful to whatever movement you have and be rewarded in data. So there are always two ways to look at it. People may be saying that, the critical mass, to be able to achieve that momentum, having a unified position and all that. But like someone has said, there are things like end bad governance. There is information. I don't know if people are subscribed to budget. There is a whole. I think the head of budget has even talked about it before. How they have the most robust data and information down to grassroots on everything. You can localize your messages. if you want, to connect to that bad governance and all that, there's a lot of information out there. There are things you can print and share. You understand? Also, I think, as cogent as effective and as rich the political conversations are on Twitter, man, I wish there was a way we can translate this to Facebook, because Instagram, you're not going to have any traction. TikTok, yes, if you are able to modify the messages, but I'm just always wishing that we could translate these political conversations, social political conversations we have on Twitter to other platforms, especially Facebook, because like we've been discussing, this thing is social engineering, citizen sensitization. Someone may have been, less affair to something or be apathetic before, but just on happening on some certain kind of information like this now, the person mind go just like, oh more, this thing it don't do too much. So, ending this, I would say that mistakes were made, during answers. I've seen some of your tweets from the past, David, and in hindsight, a whole lot makes sense. But I think it's also a learning curve, because it was new territory for a whole lot of people. It's not like something that was engineered, in the early 2010s and all that. This was like something that just, was gathering momentum, and, the rest they say is history. So I think we should also maybe give ourselves, some little leeway for mistakes. Yeah, it's expensive, but you are contending with state capture fundamentally. So these things are going to happen, so nice conversations. But my 2 cents was like, moving forward, I hope that, we can be more intentional with social engineering and try to touch a whole lot of people. Me that is on Twitter, I relate to a lot of people offline too. So I don't think that thing that people say that, these conversations are in a silo, not really, no. There are people that even take snapshots of Twitter and carry it to their groups and all that. So the messaging is going out there, yes, but I just feel, or I feel that we need to be a whole lot more intentional about the dissemination of information, translation, transcription. Some people now for pidgin they go, some things go enter their sense, but not be the English way, David and the rest go they speak that kind of thing. So all these whole things are necessary. But Dave, thanks a lot for this convergence that, a lot of people that engineer for us to have these conversations. It's not about talking about strategy out there. Sometimes some people are encouraged when they see that, their burdens about Nigeria are shared by a whole lot of people, So these conversations is not about discussing strategy out there. A lot of things we still happen at the back channel, but these conversations are also good for us to, connect, re-energize ourselves, and have that vim, to keep at it, to keep at it. Yeah, that's my submission there. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Awoma. I think that was a very insightful contribution. And you touched on so many points, so many relevant points. And, just to piggyback on, I think, your penultimate point, that sometimes these spaces function as a sort of mental comforter, just to give people the sense of hope, and just the idea that there are people with whom they can connect, people who share in their pain and, their doubts and all that. And, so, I appreciate that contribution. I also think that, since we're speaking of lessons relating to answers, it would probably do us good if not now, some other time, to also talk about, the the tipping point for us, as citizens who participated in a wave of peaceful protest, mentally, how were we impacted mentally by the NSAS protests, and what caused those, uh, uh, mental impact that we felt, and what are the ways that we can prevent such consequences in the future, or at least manage them when they happen, so that when we have spaces like this, people feel more encouraged to be part of the conversation, and they want to even participate in the next wave of protests, because they know that at least other people will care about them as much as they care about themselves. David, I don't know, who are you bringing up next? Okay, I think David is on a break. So
I'm here.
okay.
There was a lady who was supposed to go. There she is. Truth the way it is, I believe.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you. Yes.
Good evening, David. Good evening, Adebayo. Well done for the things, the opportunity, your time that you are spending to do this. I want to be very brief. I've listened to a lot of speaker speak. I agree with 99%. I agree with what Lukman said, and I disagree with a quite number of them. But this is my contribution. The answers topic that we are talking about right now, the attempt to help the people that are now illegally in detention, it's a good one, because others will think, okay, if something like NSAS is happening again and I find myself in that kind of situation, who is going to speak for me? So it's a good step. Secondly, if we really want to achieve Nigeria back, we have to talk boldness. This talk of fear and dialogue is out of the table. The politicians, they have become deaf. Their heart has been sealed with iron. There is nothing they are going to hear except force. And that force is our voices, is our action. It's not by laying back and saying, oh, what if? What the ifs should be lying down whilst we stand up as Nigerians. I was listening to Dele Farrell to me on Sunday, and he was saying we have to be citizens before we can actually talk of leaders. Saying that Tinubu will leave office right now is going to be like an impossible mission for anyone that wants to attempt. But there are key people we have to remove in office, and I don't want this talk around celebrities have to come and celebrities have to come, and they are part of our undoing. These celebrities sit behind back and they die with these people. They die with them. So you can't tell me people I die with, I will come against them in some way, except some very few of them that are bold and that are still standing strong. I never knew some people took money from the NSAS. I'm hearing this for the first time here, and I'm like, really? So if there are people that can be sabotaged, if there are people that can be bought over, then celebrities shouldn't be part of the discussion now. We are all going to be Nigerians and stand up for Nigerians against these people, these few people that have stolen Nigeria from us. And nobody will sit there and say nobody knows what is going on. Every Nigerian knows what is going on in Nigeria, except we want to be delusional. Except we want to play the game that we don't know. We want to play the ostrich game. Then okay, then these people will continue with their shenanigans. And we are never going to get freedom. Both us, our children, our fathers didn't get, we will not get, our children will not get, our children will not get. If we stand, the things that would have made us protested in Nigeria has happened and happened. When they talk about that yacht they were going to buy, we would have protested. Now they're talking of private jets. We should be on the road. We should be demanding that Abio leave that office. He talks like a drunken man every time. Abio will sit in his office and be talking nonsense and be giving people prayers in their mailboxes. Abio have padded the budget. They sit there and they bought bulletproof cars. And they said because the roads are bad. I don't know if am I a contractor? Are you a contractor that are going to fix the road? They tax us, we can't do businesses. People that own saloon can't operate. People that own barbering shop can't do businesses. People are suffering. Are we looking forward to tame the things? People like Akpabio should leave office. That should be our starting point. People like Mahmoud Yakubu should leave. Tinubu can be there till that 2037, yes. But people like Akpabio should leave. People like Yakubu should leave. The EFCC chairman should get out. The Chief Justice of Nigeria should leave. If we demand that these people leave, when would they remove this one? We demand for this one. When we remove if somebody like Yakubu is not in that INEC place, then we will know that this election, we should demand that the beaver should be the whatever to use during election. This packing of papers and packing of paper, writing as if we're in 1422, it should be enough. So this time we have to demand. We are not going to say Tinubu must go because it's going to be a long journey. But we can start saying we don't want. After all, he should be elected president, but he was appointed. Yakubu should get out from that place. The EFCC chairman should get out from that place. We will demand these offices that they leave. Chief Justice that have made her children or his children the second-handed whatever. If we demand that these people leave office and there should be election conducted on those ones, then we can now be thinking, okay, somebody that we all wanted, somebody like Peter Obi can now come and become the president of Nigeria. Somebody we can talk to. It's not this Tinubu who is out of reach. Everybody Tinubu has surrounded himself around. They are all criminals. They are all criminals. Just like the fair man that spoke before, I don't know his name, said. They are all bunch of criminals. And there's no way forward if we don't stand our ground. We have to be speaking boldness and courage now. Whether you are young, whether you are old, whether you are, as long as you can stand on your feet and voice out. We should all be there and plan how to retrieve Nigeria from the evil hands that have stolen it. That's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Wow, David, I don't know how you feel after listening to our lady here, but I feel energized. I feel like this was the point of this space all along. And, thank you so much for your contribution, and it's very much appreciated. And just to reemphasize your points, I think you are narrowing down the focus for us, and we appreciate that very much. The issue of the EFCC chairman, for those who are saying reform EFCC, I think this is a good angle to consider, because earlier we mentioned that reform EFCC is too broad. We don't know what we are reforming. We don't know what the specific demands are. This is a good angle to come in with. The chairman of INEC, frankly speaking, if we are serious people, that guy should not still be there. Yes, they would bring someone else who may probably, just be another Mahmoud, but at least a message has been delivered. So Mahmoud Yakub should not even be the chairman of INEC as we speak. So these are very salient points that our lady here has raised, and I hope that we can re-emphasize this point and even talk more about how we can commit to them. David, over to you.
Okay. I'm hoping to keep the space going for till 11, so that's exactly an hour and 4 minutes from now. So hopefully you can stay with me till then. Okay, there's no particular order now, so let me establish one. Okay, Damilare hasn't spoken already. Right, let's start with the lady on the panel here, Adawiri Choma, I think it is, and then we'll go to Damilare, then Izzy will be, then okay, fine, has spoken already. Then Mentus Nightmaker, then Dozier. So Choma, over to you.
Hello, David.
Choma, you there?
I can hear
Hi.
you. Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, David. It's good to be back on a space like this and having conversations. Good evening, everybody. I hope we're doing well and having a good evening. So, to the difficult conversations about answers, I've heard or listened to quite a few contributions. I don't know if I can still be heard because my speaker indicator is
We can
in.
hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you. So the first conversation is that should be established here is: do we have and are being plagued as a people by the same issues? The answer to that question is that yes, we are. Africa has long been bedeviled by issues of corruption that's stemming from some sort of docility, and that docility is not hard to see what is stemming from. Is a docility that's been suffered in this never-ending injustices and lack of leadership that we have seen in Africa. And so there's no question as to if a healthy number of people desire change, and not just any kind of change, right? A change that culminates into a working system. So yes, there are a healthy number of people in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, that desire that change that translates to a working system. Now, to the responses and reaction that are being expected with, faced by the issues that we're faced with, we have zero representation in our houses of assembly. That is, obvious even to the blind. And we are witnessing something called state capture. I think prior to the elections, we all knew the era we're entering, and we had spoken a lot of times about it. There have been fears, especially for people in the obedient movement. We already knew what the projections were. And so that's why sometimes when I ask myself, why is it that we're the least hit by what's happening? The thing is that we already have projections and we're already prepared for it. And so it's looking like we're, untouched or unscathed by whatever menace has been unleashed on the country and its people. So our political class has become sort of lords over serfs, and that's what you expect. That is what is obtained in a state capture system, and they are supposed to be questionable. But the what's it called now? The consequence of that is that they will become aloof, just like we have seen that they are now of the happenings around them, and by implication, they cannot smell the impending doom that lurks. And so we're going to be hearing more and more revolutions, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa, because of the nonchalance that we have seen in governance. It's been a long time coming. And this is what has given way to, like I said, the revolutions that we're expecting to see and would see. And for Nigeria, we have been saying this for a very long time. For over a year now after the elections, we're saying that revolution seems inevitable. And I think I still want to stay with that. Having said that, revolution right now cannot be bloodless, and this is the truth, especially in an era after, the human social contract that was initially entered was bastardized. So what we are seeing, these revolutions in pockets and pockets of places across, even beyond Africa, beyond the shores of Africa, could be the closest to a zombie apocalypse that people have, forecast over as somewhat the payment of an ultimate price, and which is death. So you're leaving your house and you're not sure if you're coming back. You're not sure if you're coming back the same way that you have left. Sometimes you're going to lose things, phones and all of that. And that's the least of the issues or the concerns that you have. So in movements where you have this kind of concerns, the question is, what should be the mindset of the people who are setting off to demand, a change in the state? And I want all of us on this space this evening to also know that the status quo per time favors certain people. And in our case, what we capture here, we're talking about people who they don't have, they are wealthy without enterprise. And so there's nothing else they have. These are a bunch of illiterates. And this transcends, being in the four walls of school. We know what our educational system in Nigeria even looks like right now, right? So these are people who are a bunch of illiterates and they're going to hang on to this thing like their life depends on it. And truly their life does depend on it. So this is what we're going up against, right? So we must have a change in mindset, and that change is the paradigm shift I'm talking here is we move on too quickly as a people. And again, this is also, some of the issues that we have because we've been fucked over one too many times. We seem to move on. It's part of the coping mechanisms that we have adopted to just move on, It saves your heart from the heartache and from the mental breakdown or meltdown that you're supposed to have. But I think we need to move away from moving on too quickly. We need to take a healthy cue or two from organizations that may require, paying the ultimate prices, like military organizations, even drug cartels. We've talked about drug cartels one too many times as well. Drug cartels, these are also some of the, we need to spell out, we need to have standards and values. And the standards and values would be, let nobody leave the other person behind. So for some of the strongest armies in the world, you will notice that the armies don't even as much as leave the body of a dead soldier behind. They would move mountains to go back and pick that body and make sure that the body is taken home to the family of the fallen soldier.
Is it just me or did she just go? Did she just drop off?
She's still here, but I can't hear
Yeah, I can't hear
anything.
her either. Guessing she's having issues with her connection. We'll have to move on. We'll have just under an hour left. So, Damilari, I think you should go while we wait for her to sort her connection out.
Okay. Good evening, David. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, very.
Yeah, thank you, David. Thank you for hosting this space. I think I've heard so much, and I've been here for a while. There was even a time I left, and then for me, the issue on ground when we look at the way they rebranded the whole situation between 2020 and now, it speaks a lot of the fact that they know what they are doing. Because, okay, everybody spoke about NSAS and all that. Because of the noises about NSAS, they, one way or the other, weakened the organization called NSAS. And then now, this empowered EFCC to still continue carrying on exact thing that brought about the issue of NSAS. So when you look at it, it's a decision that seemed to me like something that is being orchestrated from the executive, from the top. So what this means is that if we make a protest against EFCC today and the protest become loud, what they would do is that, okay, no wala, since EFCC is your problem, maybe this time around it is NDLA that we will now give the power, or it will be DSS. Because before the NSAS issue, there was nothing like EFCC going into people's houses, into hotels to do sting operation or whatever they were doing. There was nothing like that. So it tells you that government is actually interested in this, and they are ready to always make a new formation to carry out whatsoever they had in their mind. And this speaks a lot to every young person in Nigeria that this government, the government of APC, either previous administration or the current one, they have a thing against anything that looks like progressive youth. Because when you look at the NSAS was targeted towards the youth. And all these things has meaning. Because when you are able to curb the youth, that's beyond state capture. Because usually elderly people won't be able to come out even when they are going through pain. Many of them won't be able to, say you want to do agitation and all that. I mean, sometimes we see the little agitation that people do for their retirement and all of that. We see the placard they do, and these people, by the time they do it 1 hour, 2 hours, they're tired. So you can see that the government of APC has an agenda to make sure that they stiffen anything that looks like youth agitation or youth success. So they will always bring up issues and now saying something. There will always be frauds. Even in countries that are doing well, there are people who are, so if you are really looking to curb criminals, you go to you can't pick everybody on the street and say you are actually trying to curb criminals. Are you saying everybody on the street is the criminal? You went to an hotel, you pack everybody you saw there. So you tag everybody in the hotel as criminal, even somebody you probably came there to pass the night, but maybe the person has somewhere he's going or something. You just came there and then you label everybody criminal. Who does that? So it tells you that the government has an agenda for the youth, and it's a very terrible agenda. Yeah, I really feel we will still discuss this some of these days. And now looking at this whole thing, and the reason I'm saying this is that, yes, I know there is a protest that is going to come up against the EFCC, which is brilliant. But I really want us to see beyond EFCC. It's obvious that the government has an agenda. That's even talking about the ones we can see. Now talking about the economic situation of the country, you can see, it's of course funny, and then it sent a very deep message if Dangote is complaining that the tax rate is high, because these are people that we feel like, oh, they are at the helm of the government indirectly. So you can imagine, in my entire life, see, APC is born in the belly of devil at that party. Because in my entire life, I've always thought VAT is 5%. Until APC told me that you are wrong with your orientation, they had to reschool me. And in just one decision, Buhari increased VAT by 50%. I see today, I still keep thinking about it. Who does that? Increase VAT by 50%. And now, if not for the noise that came out and people are talking, this same administration have been currently they have been talking about maybe increasing it to 15%. So you can imagine the current 7.5% tax rate now that is still taxing everybody. They are contemplating on 15-20% tax rate. That's for tax rate. See many levy that has been going on. I saw recently a poster where they are saying that a kind of memo within within a local government in Lagos, where they are telling the maybe councillors to start collecting something to start collecting tax for people's TV. So more like those days when they said when NEPA will come and count the point in your house to estimate your electricity bill. So now they are saying, if I could find that picture on my phone, I'm going to show it up now, where they are saying they should start taxing people by the electronics they have in their house, things like TV. And I'm like, when I saw it, I'm like, is this a joke? And these are the things we spoke about before election, that a lot is still coming and is going to be beyond what anybody is prepared for. So for me, I would say that anything that was going to look like protest now should, just like some people have said, and I'm going by that idea, that it should go beyond just end EFCC thing. Because I think I saw that thing. I just posted it now, where they are saying people should start paying for having. In fact, this is it now. sequence to let me read it out. Sequence to our discussion on resolution with the Community Development Association on payment of residential radio television by various landlords, occupiers in the local government development. As I was laughing at, because I was like, is this real? Or somebody just brought it out? And this is coming from Alimosho local government.
Sorry, Mr. Domilare, can you please wind up in 30 seconds?
Yes, I will soon. So what I'm saying is, it's obvious that this government is against the people. And the best way to go about this whole thing is a protest that is directly geared towards the government and not just an agency. If we stop an agency today, they are going to rebrand the whole operation of that agency and move it to somewhere else. So if they stop with EFCC today, they might move to NDLEA tomorrow. Next tomorrow, it might be DSS. So if you are going to have anything, it should be geared toward the government directly. And for the celebrity, I'm just going to say this, even if celebrity would definitely come in, let the protest not be hinged on any celebrity. Because I tell you, celebrities that have name they will try to buy them. And because we don't know what they have against each and every person, it's not everybody that will be able to resist some things when they bring to them. So if the protest is not hinged on anybody, if it is not hinged on any celebrity, so any celebrity joining should just be like every other member. So that
I'm so sorry.
Can you please
I
wind
was
up?
just about to
yeah.
say that. Please, can
So
you?
that's
I'm so
what I
sorry. Please, can you round up your thoughts in maybe 30 seconds, please? Thank you.
no, I'm done right now. Thank you so much.
I think we might just have to start timing people here, maybe 2 or 3 minutes for everyone, since we are about to round off this space. And I'm sorry I haven't spoken much here. I'm right in the middle
Can
of
I share with you
something.
my thoughts?
Sorry, who's speaking? Steve, do you want to mute for a little bit, and we'll pass the mic over to you shortly. We might just have to start timing people 2 or 3 minutes for everyone, so we can pass the mic around before we round up. I'm sorry I haven't spoken much here. It's because I'm right in the middle of something very critical. And if there are ladies here, like I said before, who want to join the conversation, please do well to request for the mic and come up here. So over to you, Raf. Is Raf still here? I think we lost Raf. David?
All right. Okay. There was an order and I've completely forgotten what it was. Oh dear. Well, I'll go with who has the hand up and hasn't spoken already. So, Dozier is a cartoon
Steve Juma
dossier.
from Kenya.
Oh, oof. Okay. Dozier, can we? We'll come back to you. We have a Kenyan guest in the house. Steve, please go ahead.
Oh, Steve Juma, can I take it on?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Good people from Africa. This is Steve Juma, a Kenyan journalist, but mine is to tell African people to rise up against any form of dictatorship, against any form of oppression. It's high time now we talk to the authority. It's now time to embrace that the power belongs to the people. And we should ensure that we command and give these people who are in power the way we need to be led. It should not be a meeting that people do in a boardroom, 3, 4, 5 people, and make decision for people in Africa. When I say this, we've started it in Kenya. We are not afraid. We are facing the government. We are telling them what we need. We are talking about our priorities. You may hear government, for example, Kenya, the government of Kenya is talking about how to boost coffee farming, how to do with things to do with the avocado farming, how they are working well to ensure that we have food security in the country. Come on, priority of our people are very different today. The youth speak their own language, and the government or the old dogs are also speaking on their own language. It is a collective responsibility for everyone in Africa today, young people in Africa, to shun the odd and face the reality that we need to be led in an appropriate way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. So that was Steve, our guest from Kenya. So Dozie was supposed to go next. Dozie, are you here? Dozie, you've got your hand up, but you're not unmuting.
Hello?
Hi, okay, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Okay, so we've lost him. Right. Let's go to, I think the name is Mentus Naimeka.
Yeah, good evening, David. Can you hear me?
Good evening. 3 minutes, please.
Oh,
Strictly 3 minutes.
okay. Thanks very much. So, yeah, thanks. To all, good evening, Nigerians. Yeah, so I was on transit. I was actually on this space earlier, but because of network issues along the road and all of that. So, I think I left when David was asking about probably what we could. That in the previous protest was with respect to the arrogance of SARS and all of that. So today there are several reasons to actually, ask for accountability or try to hold the government accountable. And then so if we look at hunger, sometimes I ask myself, how do Nigerians survive? Because I know barely some few years ago, I could get a pin bucket of beans, for instance, for 800 naira or so. Today it is 8,500. So this is over 800% inflation. If you maybe if you look at it from that point of view. So there is insecurity across every place in Nigeria. In fact, it's just that most times these things are underreported. So for instance, the last time I was in Enugu, between Enugu and Opi Junction, which is just about 20, 25, 30-minute drive if you're on 80, 120 kilometers per hour, you have over, say, 10 police checkpoints there, but almost every time kidnappings go on that road. So this is just southeastern part of Nigeria with, almost a sparsely populated area. So you do not talk of the north, you do not talk of the southwest and all of that. The criminal invasion by EFCC is more than enough. The undemocratic utterances from people like Wike and the rest of them, or the Senate president, as several persons have pointed, is more than enough. You can imagine, say, Dangote or Tedola or Tony Lumelu having somebody like Wike as a poster boy of his corporate headquarters. Abuja is more or less like corporate headquarters of an establishment, or as it is. And then when you hear some of these utterances for a minister, appointed minister, to say that he will unseat, he will fail a sitting Senate, so there are and then again, with respect to what is also happening with EFCC, you cannot tell me that EFCC, sometimes at some point I tweeted if Nigeria is a governed space, because for a country that has somebody at the helm of affairs, you begin to wonder how people, and then you move around gallivanting all countries looking for investors. But you can imagine an investor coming to lodge in a hotel, and at the middle of night, people trooping, shooting guns, arresting, so there are more than enough reasons. But again, some of these guys, and then one of the most, because sometimes I just ask myself, does anybody at all advise these guys? Because one of the reasons, among several other reasons that maybe NSAS did not deliver, probably the ultimate goal is because the Northerners didn't support it, possibly because, of course, one of their own were there. Today, the Northerners are not happy. And I can guarantee you that if there is any protest that sprouts today, this may probably be the end of this government. And then, yes, I say it because, of course, I have a very strong background in the North. And I understand, just like I said, if it were not for Buhari, the answers of 2020 would have been, in fact, it would have been terribly dangerous. So if anything like it happens again, so the problem will now be what will be the way forward, because potentially that could be a military takeover, which we would not know how it will pan out. So I think there are several reasons for why, of course, for to protest. You just look at what's happening in River State. You ask yourself, if I'm a foreign investor, for God's sake, all of these foreigners have their ambassadors, of course, their representatives across
Can
Nigeria.
you round up in 30 seconds,
Yeah,
bro?
sorry, yeah. So if you have these guys here, you cannot bring in your resources in a place where River, for God's sake, is about one of the maybe top 3, top 5 important states in Nigeria. And you see what is going on there. The man who is causing all these whole problems is virtually, of course, the president's right hand man. So just to round up, thank you for all you are doing, David, and the rest of the team. Hopefully someday Nigerian wakes up and then it is a long overdue. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Sorry, David, before you go ahead, I just want to quickly do a recap of everything that we've heard so far as it pertains to the topic of the space. So we're talking about the lessons from NSAS and how we can apply those lessons to future peaceful demonstrations. And some of the ideas we had was that, or some of the points that were raised were, one had to do with multiple incongruous ideas or agendas. That there are people during the NSAS protest who have their own agendas, and those agendas eventually undermined the interest of the majority of protesters who just wanted to see SARS go, and later to bring about some kind of change in the system. Also, someone raised an issue about delegitimization, which more or less was about the exclusion of certain groups from participating in the protest, and how that came across, and sort of weakened our ranks, and the importance of making sure that next time that doesn't happen, except when it is established that the group is malicious. People mention celebrities and influencers, and generally people.
Okay, Ralph has dropped off the space yet
Oh my
again.
god.
Oh, he's back.
Can
Okay.
you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I think what was the last thing you heard?
I've completely forgotten.
Is it just me or have we lost Ralph again?
Okay, he's dropped off.
Okay, maybe we should just
Let's
go.
we'll just go on to the next person so that we can get through, because we have like 35 minutes to go on the space. So ABX, you got your hand up. That's Abudu Josh.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Good evening, Africa, because I know it's not. There are not just only Nigerians on this space. There are other, African brothers here too. So I don't really have so much to say, but I just want to. I just want to say something that there's a proverb that we used to say that here in Nigeria, and it says um, when I was young and now I'm old, I have never seen the righteous forsaken. I mean, that's a Bible verse. And all the time I've been young, they say, youth are the leaders of tomorrow. Youth are the leaders of tomorrow. I've been hearing that when I was a teenager. Now I'm in my early 40s, like I'm 40-year-old, and I've not seen any change. I've not seen any government so far. The ones I've that I've witnessed so far, I've not seen any change that has happened to my own life. And now I have children that are also hearing the same thing. Leaders are the future of tomorrow, you know. And I mean, how we've been living by the grace of God in Nigeria. We know that everywhere is not easy. Every part of the world is not easy, but we thank God for His grace, for God's grace and His mercies. But I'm saying here that our leaders here needs to change. If there's any one of them in this space that is listening, they need to change. They need to have a heart that is accommodating, a heart of love, especially in Africa, because most of these leaders travel abroad and they see how these things are done. They go there, they invest in those countries. I mean, you go to the US, you go to UK, you go to all those places. If those leaders over there are behaving like our own leaders, would those countries be better off? Or would our own leaders be running to those countries to better their lives there? The answer is no. So I'm saying that if there's anyone here in governments, parastatal, please try and start that change. Let that word that says youth are the leaders of tomorrow. Let it really tell the story, the narrative in long run, so that we know that we have a country that we can hold on to. So many people want to come back to Nigeria, but they can't because of the way things are. Today I was going to the office. I don't know if you know where Oronshoki is. The flood, there's a very big flood there. Cars could not pass. So we had to turn back. If this was a good country, if things were running as it ought to be, if leaders in government are doing what they're supposed to do, I mean, they would have put things in place, drainage and all of these things. But that's not what we have here in this country. So I'll just rest my case here. All I'm saying is, let our leaders be proactive, let them have the spirit of love, and let them do what is needful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your submission. David, do you have a cue or you want me to take one?
It would help if you could create one, to be
I am
honest.
back, please.
Okay, Dozie was just about to speak and then we lost him. So I'm going to pass the mic over to you and then we will have God's will. After God's will, we'll go over to Eze Obi. Eze Obi has been here for
Okay.
the longest. So over to you, Dozie. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, all. I'm always very happy when I see somebody like David, the Hundyin, who is very dedicated to the Nigerian cause. I've been on the background listening and learning from the Kenyan people, my Kenyan brothers. They're doing so well. I just have few words to say. A lot of us Nigerians are going through a lot. Some people usually will eat 001, 101, 110. These days, I'm very sure of that. Some people, they don't even have any 11 anymore. They 000. A lot of people are going through stuff. So I think we learning from what Kenyans are doing. In the last NSAS that we had, it's very, very obvious that a lot of things were amiss. It shouldn't have been a jamboree setting. It shouldn't have been a carnival. It should have been an avenue where we actually show these guys that we're serious. Um, um, we're all in pains. People can no longer eat, no security. I wouldn't say politicians, I would say politricians at the corridor of power do not care about the masses' needs. They don't care about us. I'm in great support of protesting first against the institution called INEC. I don't see why that man is still in power, is still in that office as INEC chairman. I was listening to somebody who spoke earlier about taking that guy out. We need to reorganize. If there's going to be an NSAS, you should focus first on that man. He needs to leave. You can see what is going on in Edo State currently. He's going to do the same thing because he has waited for us and he has seen we are not doing anything and we don't have the balls. So he's going to continue and continue and continue. Nigeria is a business center to some few people who have taken us as nobodies. You understand? The way Nigeria is right now, I don't have respect for any leader. I have respect for nobody at the corridor of power, and I can speak boldly because of the inhuman treatments they have given unto us. If I meet a politician face to face, I will speak to him like I'm speaking to the demons I pray against every day. And I mean it. Let's have all the pictures. You see, last EndSARS, a lot of people died during the last EndSARS. I don't know why we are not flooding the pictures of these guys on social media, having them printed on papers and pasted everywhere across Nigeria, especially where it happened in Lagos. Let's have their pictures littered everywhere. They are brothers and sisters. Are we saying they just died like that for nothing? Wherever they are, their spirit is weeping, and they are looking at us shamefully, and they're saying, why are we hurting them more and more? We need to make a statement. We need to put out their pictures there. You understand? Print those pictures. Let's have them littered everywhere. Let's have them on the streets. Let these useless people, let them see their faces again.
Please allow me to talk. I've been waiting.
Let's have all these pictures of all these of those that died during the EndSARS. Let's have all the pictures of all those that died during the last elections. The elections that happened February 2023, especially in Port Harcourt, Lagos, and so on. Let's have all those pictures. A lot of people died in Port Harcourt. The architect is busy dancing in Abuja with his 6 million naira wares. Let's have those pictures littered everywhere. Do you understand? Let's have those pictures. Let's have all the pictures of all those that are being kidnapped for ransom. A lot of people are dying due to insecurity. Let's have those pictures littered everywhere. They are brothers and sisters. Let's have those pictures littered every goddamn place in this country. These people don't care about us. Let's have coffins sent to the INEC headquarters. Let's have them. A lot of people died because matured people have refused to be matured. Because men who we look up to decide to disrespect themselves. If we are to send a strong message to these guys, fear should be deleted from our minds. We're already going through hell. I'm telling you, we're already going through hell. Serious hell. And we shouldn't be laughing at these people. We should say at this point, we should say whatever we want to say. To hell with whoever is speaking to anybody or in any position, a minister or whatever. They have all failed us. That's all I have to say. Please, let's have those pictures. If we're going to have EndSARS 2, let's have those pictures flooded everywhere. Those that died in EndSARS, those that died because of kidnapped for ransom, those that died during the elections. And I mean it. And let's have coffins littered everywhere. I have learned from the Kenyan people. A lot of us, we are going through stuff and we are busy pretending like nothing is happening. If you think you are a big man and you're on this space, whatever is happening to the little man on the streets, at the corridor, at the suburb, it is definitely coming to your doorstep. Just watch and see. These people don't care about anybody. They don't care. They are even waiting for 2027. They're not even interested in doing things right for the rest of the other 3 years that is making up the one term. Do you understand? It's not the time to laugh. If we're going to have EndSARS 2, let's do what I have just said. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so very much, Dossier. Ralph is back here. Do you have something to say? Ralph?
I really don't know if I can get across. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I was trying to do a recap of the contributions we've had, and I already mentioned the aspect of having multiple agendas that don't agree. I've mentioned the exclusion of groups, including groups that are not malicious, which again was one mistake that we should not repeat. But there is also the burden of identifying groups who are truly with us and do not have sinister agendas. There is the buffer mentality, which someone mentioned, which is basically just leaving our roles as individual actors in mass movements to people who are supposedly popular and respected, and uh, have a lot of influence. And the idea around that is that we need to change our mindset about that. And this speaks also directly to the role of celebrities and influencers in mass actions and peaceful demonstrations, because the moment we relinquish that responsibility to them, we give them the opportunity to do with the movement what they will. And then someone mentioned personalizing issues individually. That if the issue matters.
Ralph,
Okay,
are
so
you still
Ralph
here?
has disappeared.
I
No,
thought
he's
you
off.
were again.
Okay. Yeah, so let's move on to the next person.
Hi, David. I don't know if you could give me a chance to speak because I gave up my chance the other time.
Okay, sure. But Pearls, you have a queue, so after him, you determine who goes next.
Okay, we were supposed to have God's will. I think Ifeanyi, I'll come to you. Let's have a lady speak. Let's have God's will, then I'll pass the mic over to you. Thank you. Over to you, God's will. You've got 2 minutes.
All right, Pearls. Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Pearls. David, special greetings to you. Mr. Ralph, everyone on the space. I greet all of you especially. David, I want to thank you for bringing this incest topic up. It's been so long and it's great we're having this discussion now. As a Nigerian that partook in the incest protest, I was privileged for the first time to see Nigerians in a way and manner I've never seen us before. I saw the kind of love, I saw the bond that we shared. For the first time, I saw that a Yoruba man never cared if an Igbo man was standing by him, or an Hausa man, or an Urobo girl like me. When it was time for their houses to pray, we the Christians turned around them. When it's time for Christians to pray, we do the same. It was really heartbreaking to see that after how many years, some of our compatriots are still in the prison. And it was like no one cares. No one was going to talk about it. And like some persons have rightly said, some just used it as a means to ride on to stardom, and they've gotten what they want, and that's it. So it's really, really a huge one for me, seeing that we are having this conversation already. David, I want to beg you and every other person that we shouldn't just let this conversation be here and here. We should continue this conversation until we get every one of our people out. And because of time, on way forward, like Dossier rightly said, Nigerians are going through a lot right now. Today, just today, a woman with 4 children and 1 little boy that stays with her, making 5 children with her. She sent 2 of them to a neighbor to beg for just 500 naira. 500. At first, the neighbor was like, she can't, because I was just observing the whole thing, They weren't really that close. So for a lady with 5 children to go to another neighbor that they're not that really close, then you should understand the state that she is. And as I was washing, The neighbor called the 2 kids she sent back and gave them the money. Not quite long, I saw them pass after they went home. They passed and they went to buy small bread and they were going home with it. That's the situation we are in right now. And those that call themselves ministers are wearing expensive things with our monies. Nobody gives us any accountability. Nigerians are dying and they are bawling like nothing is happening. But the fact is, for us to be able to get back our country, we must be united. In Nigeria, we have a lot of educated illiterates, and that's the major problem we're having. Educated illiterates coupled with the multi-faceted, or as in huge illiterate communities that we have already, is a huge problem. Just recently, I gave a slip, a kind of a flyer to a banker. If you see the way she exclamated, just because she saw the sitting allowance of Tinubu, that's a banker that's working in the bank currently. She's not aware of anything. Then is it the tomato seller that does not even know what primary or whatever education is about that wants to know? Kudos to our Kenya brothers and sisters. Those guys are aware. We're just calling and parading ourselves giants of Africa. Giants of Africa. We are not, as the majority of us are not even aware of what's going on in our country right now. They are not aware. But for the few of us that are aware, I want to beg you, brothers and sisters, those of us on this space, you that is aware, please try to educate other people at home, because we need them to be able to get back our country. Yeah, we don't really need everybody on board, but at least we need some good amount of people to be able to get back our country. People cannot be dying. People cannot be kidnapped. As in, they can't be in kidnappers' den, and the people claiming to be our leaders are bawling, celebrating like nothing is happening, and everybody's just working like nothing is going on. In the words of Mom Aisha, those that were victim, the victims of tomorrow, of yesterday, or how she's saying it, were one survivor. The survivors of today are victims tomorrow. You never can tell that you are working does not mean it does not concern you. Guys, I know there is no
Okay,
time.
I'm so
We
sorry to
have to.
interject.
Yes,
I'm
sweetie,
sorry to
I'm
interject.
wrapping up already. I'm wrapping up already. Sweeties, we just have to be united so that we can get our country back. Once again, RIP to our fallen heroes. Thank you. I yield.
Okay, thank you very much for your submission. We're supposed to have Eze Obi right now, but please let's have Ifeanyi, and then I'll come back to you if you don't mind. Over to you, Ifeanyi. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Pierre, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you, David, as well. Actually, I just have just a couple of pointers to make. I don't want to waste too much time. The first thing I wanted to speak about is once the protests start, because I realized that I've noticed that there's a thing where Nigerians move around, they don't have identifications. So if you're gonna come out for the protest, please, if you could have like maybe your name or something written on a piece of paper or somewhere just to carry around. So if you are to be, arrested or something, you can alert someone else so that they can get that paper so that we can find you, something like that. The other thing I wanted to contribute is that I would love if those who are the main heads, moving forward with the protest, if they can, get like a team for the diasporas who want to contribute, so that we can also help and contribute financially towards the goal, because we are not in Nigeria to help with like our time. And I guess the last couple of things I wanted to add is, I know that saying end like EFCC or change EFCC, but I hope that it could be more specific so that have like agendas, state agendas that would that we can point to and say, okay, this is what we wanted and this was achieved, or we won't stop until this is achieved. Let me just stop it there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that submission. I'm getting some DMs from people who are trying to request for the mic, but for some reason they can't. If that's happening to you right now, please do well to leave the space and return. It happens sometimes. It's a glitch from Twitter. So over to you, Eze. Eze, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Piers, David, good evening. Hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Let me just speak straight directly to the point. We've learned from the last answers, and what I just want to point out in any future occurrence that we're going to protest again, the bad actors, those people that are usually sent by the state to hijack the protest, we all know them. They are all embedded in our societies. Take for example now in Lagos, those guys that were sent with machete and cutlass to destroy protests, we all know them. We should put this in consideration, ways and methods to deal with this kind of people whenever this kind of thing arises again. And the second point, a protest is imminent, is just about when it's going to start. Uh, there are these low-hanging fruits like this SSA, all these media aids, all these little commissioners, then all these spokesmen. These people do a lot in misinformation when there is protest. We have to also have a means to deal with this kind of people because they are the ones that is always holding.
What's going on here? I think we lost Eze. Eze, if you can hear me, please do well to request for the mic and come back up here. While we wait for him, I'll pass the mic over to Adante. Adante has been here, and then we'll go over to Truka and then Didon. Over to you, Adante. You've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and thanks for putting this up. Good evening, David, for the wonderful things you've been doing. We could see that from afar, and we really want to appreciate you for that. Quickly, before I retire to bed, I have been listening to everyone, and I can understand where everyone is coming from and the situation on the ground. It's been a terrible situation, to be honest, and I think we need a change. But the change I think we need starts from us. I am saying this because Nigerians, we are very, very docile. I'm not here to insult anyone, but the truth has to be said. Many of us will speak today, and at the end of today, we will retire to bed, and tomorrow morning, we will be jostling for how to get a bus, how to go into our cars, how to run to the office, to do what? To make money. The money to do what? To take care of our families. And we'll go back to the norm. But Nigeria is bleeding. And these guys in the seat of power, they know. I've been fortunate to dine with many of them. The former Senate president, being David Mark, I was very, very close to him. I knew I was very, very close to his brother. I have seen how these guys operate. And I know what they do. If I tell you these guys don't care about us, no one will believe. I have been to His Excellency, the former governor of Imo State, Rochas Okorocha's place, and I know what he has there. And I can tell you for a fact, whatever they tell you on the screen is totally different from what they are doing back home. See, listen, don't let us pity any of them. These guys deserve no pity with what I have seen. And I would also say this to any police officer listening, or you are here, and whatever you are going through, I will tell you, you deserve it, because 2020 October, we fought for you guys. The fight wasn't for we alone. The fight was for everyone to make the country peaceful. But you said no. And today we are living in a different world entirely, where you think you can escape. Many of you retire. We see you guys. And you come back and you come ask for help, harms, and everything. What about the damages you have done to people? Many are in that cell. Many are in prison, awaiting trial for years. They are there for no reason. What has justice done to them? Nothing. So if we are really ready, Kenya has shown us the path, that it is not just calling ourselves together. Tunisia happened with just a soul taking it upon himself. If Nigerians are ready, we can do it. We are very good at speaking. Eloquent English is what we speak. But actions, we do not care. If you go to Cairo, the EFCC training school in Cairo is still there. I knew if you go there and call my name, they will tell you, this boy, I faced the DPO of Cairo because they did something that no one has ever done for 25 years. They took away the land, the landed property, the space by which the resident uses as a playground. I fought against that. These guys shot at me. I was told if I go onto that land, they will shoot. And indeed, they shot at me. I am lucky to be alive. And let me tell you the funny thing that happened. I went round the community, solicited for the parents, all parents around, to come out. Look, this is the place your kids come to after school. If we lose this place, it's gone. Do you know what the parents told me? We are not involved. It doesn't concern us. That was the day I knew Nigeria is going. Today, I am not shocked at what is happening in Nigeria, because it generated from that point till what we are looking at today. It's a terrible thing. But let's be honest with ourselves. The churches have said nothing. Your heads, community heads, what have they said? Nothing. Do you know why? They all benefit from it. This is a largesse. Our country is in our own hands. And if we are ready, indeed ready, to reclaim our country, then we have to look away and be ready to sacrifice. As Bob Marley has said, we need to emancipate ourselves from this mental slavery, because no one would free us other than ourselves. I use the mic here. Good night, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Adante, for your submission. Over to you, David.
Oh no, I wasn't actually going to say anything.
Okay, then Eze is back here. Okay, I think we lost him again. So let's take the Dawn, and
I think we need to clear out the speakers section, because really we should be rounding up the space in another 6 minutes. So
absolutely
let's take as many as we can and then just keep it moving.
sure.
I can see we have a Kenyan guest in the house, Steve Karumbi.
Oh,
On the
Steve
speakers.
Karundi. Okay, do you want us to take Steve and then we'll come back to Chuka and the rest of them?
Sure, let's do that.
Okay, then. So over to you, Steve. How you doing?
Hello,
Hi,
can you
Steve.
hear
Can you
me?
hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for this space. I'm Kenyan speaking from Nairobi, and I've been following up this space, and it gives me so much joy to hear whatever is happening in the African space. And mine is a word of encouragement to the Nigerians and to the Africans in general, because I feel like it's a time now that has come for us to liberate our continent. You realize that a lot has been happening in Nairobi for the past few weeks and in Kenya, and we've had protests across the country. I've been among the protesters who were on the streets, and actually who happened to even enter the Parliament of Kenya and this has taken a lot of courage. And mine is just to wish the Nigerians and all Africans, maybe in this space, that we should have courage in maybe dictating in the way that our continent is going to be, or is going to the direction that our continent is going to head. And you realize that across the African continent, a lot has been happening, and yet, especially the voice of the youth have been so much suppressed. But at least our time has now come, and now as we move forward, we need very serious people, and with very serious stand for people to stand as Pan-Africanist, so that we can have the unity of African continent, so that also we can be able to shape the way in which the African continent heads. I'm very much concerned that the African continent has all the resources, but yet we are so much deprived in terms of development and the way forward. So mine is just a word of encouragement to the Nigerian people and the African people in this space, so that as we move forward, as the Kenyan fight for their space, the Nigerians also and all the African countries fight for their space, we can be able to have a better Africa. One thing I would like to communicate to you is that it has taken a lot of challenge and a lot of oppression for us to have this moment and this movement in Kenya. So I would say that feel much encouraged, and RIP to the fallen soldiers, and I wish that we can fight from the same front. It is the high moment that we start thinking of the African unity, so that we can have the dreams of our forefathers, and that will start by having a common currency for Africa, having a common army for Africa, and having a common market for Africa. You're right. You also realize that we are almost hitting 2 billion mark in terms of the world population, meaning that this is a self-sustaining market for us, but we have never seized this moment. So this is an awakening moment for the continent of Africa, and I wish that we would seize this moment to channel a better future for us and for the generations that have to follow us. So because I understand that the space is almost winding up, I wouldn't want to take so much of your time, but feel encouraged. For us in Kenya here, we at least succeeded to put down the oppressive finance bill, and there's so much that we are fighting for. It is now beyond the finance bill that was turned down by the president, and there are so much reforms, especially in corruption, in the formation of the Electoral Body Commission, and so much that we want as a Kenyan young people. But I want to communicate one thing to the African youth, and this is that if we stand together, if we stand in unity, this is what is going to transform this nation. We don't have to go seeking for opportunities in the West, in the East, or in any other continent, but together and in unity, we can be able to build one continent and a strong continent. And I want to assure you, my people, my African brothers and sisters, I want to assure you that Africa is indeed, and the black people and the black race is indeed the future for this world. So feel encouraged, keep up the fight. As in Kenya, we are pushing, and I hope that the Nigerians too can do it, and all of Africa can do it. And if we've done it in Kenya, it means it can be done elsewhere. So thank you so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very, very much, Steve. That was quite an encouraging message, and I think we all needed to hear.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I can see 4 people on the panel with their hands up. The space was actually supposed to end about a minute ago, but in the interest of trying to get through as many people as we can, I think I don't know who hasn't spoken on the panel yet, but I'll try to get through everyone who is currently on the panel.
Speak.
I'm gonna. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm gonna start with the Dawn. Please keep it under 2 minutes. And there's a very strict timer. So after 2 minutes, I'm gonna have to move the mic on. So the Dawn. Yeah.
Hello, can I speak?
Okay, the Dawn is not there. Go.
No, it me.
It's
Pablo was
Chuka
one.
then.
Since you called me, I can. So I hadn't joined earlier, but I know we've all been saying the same thing. I think I just joined when I enter our know what to do and what not to do. This time around, inevitable. I'm just a voice in the wilderness. I don't have the, some of you like well, you guys, even us who do not have that kind of audience. Somebody's hello. Is somebody is interrupting? Can somebody on?
Okay, please continue.
Can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So, like I was saying, how to get the ball rolling. Most of us are ready. Most of us are ready for whatever consequences that come out of it. I know most people are scared. They don't want to die in this. They don't want to end up in the police station and all of that. But let me ask everybody this question. See the life we have now in Nigeria. Is it worth living? People are still dying regardless. I mean, you're not even hitting the streets yet, but just check the news you've
You
seen
need to wrap up
today.
in
And
30 seconds.
yes, so now let me leave it here. Would you rather die while not trying, or die while trying? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Chuka was to go next, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon for those in other climes. David, Pels, Ralph, thank you.
2 minutes.
Thank you for doing this. It's been a very timely conversation and so many beautiful submissions. I would like to veer a little off some of the things that already have been discussed, but I'll touch a few of them and try to maximize the time. Okay. First, I wouldn't want to go into whether this was successful or not, because when something is set out to be done and the aim is not achieved, the theme is not achieved, it's not a success. If it is achieved, like what you have in Kenya, it's a success. But we can look at impact rather than success. And it's clear that the NSAS movement or the NSAS protests culminated into a movement that brought us through the political revolution or whatever you may call it over the last 2 years or 3 years that we've seen. And that in itself is a lot. It's credible. That might have also inspired other people in other African countries. I haven't spoken with anybody from Kenya, but it's beautiful to have them here speaking. I would like to hear from them if I get to talk with them personally to know how what we do affects them, just the same way what they do affects us in terms of inspiration, being challenged and all that. And I think it would be great if, I think it's time that the youths in all these countries begin to connect in some form and begin to network and work together in different ways, especially regarding the fight for good governance, because the more connected we are, the more organized our connection is, the more impact we can make. When this country is doing something, they relate to other people what we're doing. This is the kind of help we need from those of other countries. But very organized movement that is fighting for good governance. But because we had the election just by the corner and we had to focus on the election and the campaign and all that. So that didn't necessarily happen very well. But for us to be able to have what we're looking for now, if we want to protest, the government, the forces against the people already know what can happen. They have prepared themselves for what's possible. They are actually anticipating what can happen. And given what has happened in Kenya right now, everybody's watching. Of course, they are talking among themselves. We can't let this happen in our own country. It's not just Nigeria, many other African countries. So whatever needs to happen needs to go beyond just saying let's protest to seriously organizing. And this is where I have a challenge. I think that we Nigerians need to grow to the point where we go beyond the individual to the collective, to the importance of the collective, to the point where we can easily shove aside whatever personal interest is and focus on what the collective interest is. When enough people embrace this idea and this mindset, it becomes way easier to organize and it becomes way easier to move together. And to be honest with you, when we have that, it becomes clear that the people are actually way stronger than the forces against us. The only reason why it looks like a challenge now is because the people haven't been like a platform or an organic platform into other languages and other forms that other people can actually get to get.
All right. We're moving on to Tobechuku. Please, 2 minutes. And if you exceed the 2 minutes, I'm gonna have to take you down because we're trying to this
protest. Every successful protest have catalysts, and the catalysts of these protests are going to be either the opposition or key voices. Now, when this has started, the whole world does, the whole of Nigeria doesn't need to come out on the first day. It's going to be a gradual process until it becomes need? What do we want? You see, the Kenyans came up with the solution and has had a solution that even if this thing is falling, we need one thing. We can say we need, for instance, this electoral reform that they have been using to give us headache in terms of enshrining electoral law and in our constitution, electronic transmission of votes. If the beavers get spoiled, there will be no election. Wait, even if it's state election or local government election, it must be transmitted electronically so that we will tally the electronic transmission with what is on the with what gets to the collation center from the polling unit. The transmission must be
Round
from
up
the
in 30
polling
seconds.
unit. Yeah, these are what we need. A tagline and the catalyst, which can be the opposition. We are the opposition leaders. That's my case. Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Our second to the last speaker will be, well, third to the last actually, Mohammed Abdullahi. Are you there? Okay, he's not here. So we've got Dr. Dominic. Dr. Dominic 05. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, guys, for this opportunity. Thank you, David. Thank you, team. I'll just try and keep it straightforward. Basically, I think with regards to this protest and with regards to the things that we're asking for, I think we should just find a way to sort of be specific with the questions we're asking with our demands. Someone mentioned about things like reforming INEC, making sure that they have the right leaders. I think we should be demanding, no longer begging, because these guys need to have fear in their hearts that if they know that if they do things wrong, that Nigerians will call them out and drag their balls to the ground. So I just believe that we should be specific with the things we're asking for. If those demands are met, we can take them off one after the other. Things like INEC, I think, is a very important government agency that needs to be reformed from its leadership, from the way elections are conducted, because I believe that if we can get our elections right, then we can get a whole lot of things right, starting from the grassroots, our governors, our House of Representatives, our senators. These guys need to know that they are representing us, and if we make demands, they have to listen to us and make sure that those demands are met. And I believe our election process is very crucial to getting the right people who will listen to us. The idea that INEC will start voters registration 2 years or 1 year to elections is ridiculous. We should demand that registrations should be an all year.
Round up in 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. We should demand that voters registration, for example, is conducted all year round, and it should be online like it's done in several countries. In the UK, you don't need to queue up to get your ballot paper or get your registration material. You just go online, you register, and all the required information is sent to you. Your polling card is delivered to you. These are one of the things I believe we should be asking for. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker today will be Tobechukwu at Nwatobe.
Yeah, thanks again for the opportunity to speak.
2 minutes, please.
Yes. To reiterate what I earlier said, what we need a nation without opposition is a nation under either anarchy or a royal crown. If the opposition, the moment the opposition becomes silent, that option is lost. Those are the catalysts we need on ground now, because you cannot say you are for the people and you are absent of the protest and you are absent from the protest. If the opposition is not doing their job, there have to be voices, and it will start small. It will not. We are not expecting the first outing to be massive, but we have a tagline on that first out. This is what we want. It must be one thing, but there must be the priority. Number one thing that we need: electoral reform. Electoral reform. One other very important thing is local government autonomy, but electoral reform must supersedes it, so that when we are dealing with this, we are dealing with them from the polling unit, not from the collation center. Look at what happened in South Africa. I just wanted to reiterate that wherever you are called, when we are called upon, answer the call. If we are meeting so and so, be there, stand, be on guard, not to disrupt, but to pass a message and to hinder movement. We can start from the National Assembly gate, but don't expect it to be big in the first instance. I rest my case, so that we know those that are serious. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ralph was supposed to give some closing remarks of his, but he isn't available. However, he did send a message with his closing remarks, so I'll just read them out from here. So, these are the closing remarks per se, just his summary of some of the things that were discussed in the speech today. Some final points which he didn't manage to get through were that some of the suggestions made today were the theme, end bad governance, to be deployed starting from the state level upward. That there should be a focus on getting out the NSAS protesters who are still currently in jail. There's a tweet on the Jumbotron concerning that. If you're a lawyer who can render pro bono services in that respect, you can reach out to Raphael. And that there'd be a concerted campaign to place pressure on the government for the chairman of the EFCC, the current chairman of the EFCC and INEC to go, because they have demonstrated that they are unfit for office. I don't know if Charles has any closing statements before I give some 30 seconds of closing statements. Charles? Apparently not. Okay, I
la 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 la